A banquet was held on USS Obama. Ladies in evening gowns and gentlemen in tailcoats danced on the dance floor. The politicians and entrepreneurs who stood beside the long banquet table toasted and talked eagerly. Among them were shipowners, merchants, members of Congress, and politicians in government agencies. This kind of banquet was very common on USS Obama, as if something worth celebrating happened every few days. Even if most of the poor people on the cargo ships were struggling to get by, this did not stop them from squeezing out some supplies to enjoy life. Have you heard of Senator Banser's proposal? He actually proposed to the Congress to close the ranch on USS Lahaina and set free the 1,000 double-headed Brahmin cows. Jesus Christ! I have never heard of such a ridiculous proposal. Anyone can join our Congress now. We must tighten the threshold for those that want to become part of the Congress. But we cannot ignore the opinions of the 1,000 Indian Americans. If they strike and protest, it will give us headaches. Lost? What a joke! If USN used all its strength, it is as easy to pinch an ant to death as it is easy to pinch them. I heard that the USN Marine Corps scrapped more than 500 NS-90 robots. Our fighters succeeded, but after all, we were still one step too slow. They won't be so lucky every time. Let us toast the future of America. Huh, cheers. Zhou Guoping let out a helpless sigh when he saw the charcoal-grilled double-headed Brahmin beef on the plates, the mutant cod burger with mud crab sauce, and the goblet full of quantum champagne. He felt like he had no appetite. If the banquet was compared to NAC standards, this banquet was probably of the lowest class. Not to mention anything else, at least at NAC banquets, canned food was never placed in the most conspicuous position on the table as if it were a treasure, and people had to show identification when they received the meal. Of course, they were not to blame. After all, for these survivors who drifted on the sea and had no homes, canned food was really a luxury. He missed his days in the 6th Street very much now. At least from what he ate, it was not NAC's tradition to treat its own poorly. When he arrived on USS Obama, the Americans not only did not abuse him but regarded him as an interesting character, or rather, a rare animal. President Sean specifically allowed him to attend the banquet on the aircraft carrier as the NAC governor, and even allowed him to live on the aircraft carrier as a state guest. We are a multicultural country. As long as you are willing to accept our ideas, you are one of us. The abuse of prisoners of war is done by barbarians, not by us. Those were President Sean's words. While he sounded righteous, it was completely *T in Zhou Guoping's ears. From the time he got on the ship, he had not seen his compatriots. Obviously, those 3,000 colonists were not sent to the USN fleet at all. As for where they were sent, he had gained some insights. Although this group of Americans moved factories, farms, and even farmland to the deck of the cargo ships, this fleet was not all of the United States. After all, there were no recyclable waste products on board and no resources for mining. The source of supplies for the American fleet mainly relied on the concentration camp in Panama, where criminals, slaves, and captives captured from the South American survivor settlements were held, and they were forced to do the most basic waste collection, mining, and resource recovery. Zhou Guoping was certain that the 3,000 colonists were sent there, and even the more than 30,000 slaves he purchased were also likely sent there, even if most of those slaves were native to North America. At this moment, he heard a familiar and annoying voice beside him. A man in a suit and leather shoes walked towards him with a goblet and a bright smile. "Ha, dear Mr. Zhou Guoping, how have you been recently? Are you used to life on the boat?" When he saw this face, Governor Zhou's previously pleasant mood was no longer pleasant. The man in front of him was no one else than the President of the United States of America at sea, as well as Captain of the USS Obama, Sean Luke. Although USN's Marines were defeated by NAC some time ago, at this moment, there was not the slightest annoyance or frustration on his face. Instead, he smiled brightly, separated by 2 tables, and raised his goblet. As a president, he had to show sufficient demeanor in front of prisoners in order to win the favor of the domestic neutrals. Although Zhou Guoping could feel from far away that Mr. President looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Out of helplessness, he patiently raised his goblet and said stiffly, "I'm fine. Except for occasional seasickness, everything else is fine." "Really?" Sean laughed, "I hope you can enjoy this banquet for the upcoming victory." "Then I have to have a few good drinks." Zhou Guoping grinned and said sarcastically. Perhaps Mr. President did not hear the sarcasm in Zhou Guoping's words, or perhaps he did not mind. He had already turned to the guests who surrounded him and began to converse with them. Zhou Guoping, who was forgotten in the corner, put down his goblet, walked outside the cabin, leaned against the guardrail, and lit a low-quality cigarette. The soldier standing outside on duty turned his body slightly and stared at him unabashedly. Without paying attention to that vigilant sight, Zhou Guoping planned to just take a breather before he returned. He could learn some news from those people's conversations. But at this moment, the half-smoked cigarette fell into the sea. Zhou Guoping pretended the cigarette was blown away by the sea breeze, lowered his head to conceal the ecstasy on his face. The soldier who watched him found nothing unusual, and he just stood motionlessly on duty. Just now, an electric current mixed with static noise suddenly appeared in his mind. "This is Parrot. Is it, Mr. Governor?" A week had passed since A.S. order arrived on the west coast, and 3 days had passed since a team of power armors set off for the desert. During this week, small USN fighters broke into the colony's radar detection area almost every day, fired a long-range air-to-air missile at a distance aimed at A.S. order, and then turned around before they approached the colony's air defense fire range. This kind of harassment was meaningless. Conventional air-to-air missiles at such a long distance could be blasted down even with the airship's built-in laser defense weapons. It was not even necessary to use ground-based air defense weapons. Their number of F-79s should be very limited. Jiang Chen put down the binoculars, squinted his eyes, and looked in the direction the flight of fighters left in. As long as they could break through the ground-based air defense and exchange a few fights with the enemy aircraft carrier, the exchange would be well worth the trade. However, these fighters were afraid to enter NAC's firepower coverage. Other than the daily trip to check the west coast, they did not make any other moves. Obviously, the 5 lost fighters had already caused them a lot of pain. What are they waiting for? Zheng Shanhe frowned. A gust of wind, Jiang Chen smiled after a moment's pause, and then said, or a hurricane, a tornado, or a lightning storm. Slightly confused by the analogy, Zheng Shanhe didn't react at first. It took 2 seconds for him to turn to Jiang Chen with a look of shock. You mean? That's right. Jiang Chen nodded, and his slightly narrowed eyes gleamed with a dangerous ray. Now the National Guard and Minutemen are already on our side, and the troops are stationed in the camp next to the fortress. If USN's fighters came once every day, then they must have discovered this information. For USN, the survivors on the west coast had decided to stand on their opposing side. They had become obstacles to their plan to revive the United States. Therefore, since they had found the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center first, it was obviously a more convenient choice to directly use the weather weapon. The only plausible explanation as to why USN had not done so was because either activating the weather weapon would take a considerable amount of time, or summoning a large-scale natural disaster would require certain conditions. Now he could only pray that the team of power armors sent to the Nevada desert could snatch the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center from USN before USN launched a weather strike. 5 kilometers below the sea surface, a streamlined submarine floated quietly in the bottomless trench and moved slowly forward. The word "Parrot" was printed with white paint on both sides of the submarine, and the symbol of the Beluga station was at the center of the radar cover. There was no need to worry about being discovered by the USN destroyer because its current depth had far exceeded the maximum submersible depth of military submarines. This depth could only be reached by scientific research submarines. No sonar was capable of detecting any presence in this depth, nor could any depth charge or sonar threaten its existence. In contrast to the quiet movement, the inside of the submarine was already filled with joy. The two pilots high-fived each other and the observer put down his headset and whistled in excitement. At the door of the control room, the captain, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, grinned under his unshaven mustache. They just went for a stroll and earned an easy 10,000 credits. They had never made such easy money. Based on the rules of the station, 70% of the commission income was handed to the organization, 20% of the equipment maintenance fee was paid directly to the shipyard, and the remaining 10% was the bonus for all of them. Now they had a dilemma. Should they follow this fleet, report the coordinates to NAC, and receive the 10,000 credits, or should they send someone up to bring Zhou Guoping back and get the 100,000 credits promised by NAC? The USS Obama must be heavily guarded. It's difficult for us to get in. We should just take what we have, a crew member hesitantly suggested. That's 100,000 credits. The other crew member widened his eyes. Why don't we try it? Or why did we bring the soldiers along? Let them share the bonus for no reason. This is not as simple as trying, this is gambling. If the target has an accident, why are we afraid? NAC only asked us for the coordinates. They didn't say we need to care for the safety of the target. Listen to what he has to say first and understand the situation on board USS Obama. The captain interrupted the quarrel in the control room, looked at the observer who was in charge of contacting Zhou Guoping, and ordered, if circumstance permits, we can send some people up. If it doesn't, then forget it. In the end, it was the captain that ended the argument in the room. The observer put on the headset again, entered the communication password provided by Jiang Chen on the tablet, and reconnected to Zhou Guoping's chip. He asked Zhou Guoping for his current location and the security measures around him. At this moment, Zhou Guoping had used the excuse of going to the washroom and went to the washroom. There is a banquet happening on USS Obama. Zhou Guoping, who was sitting on the toilet, confirmed that there was no one outside, then took a deep breath, bridged his consciousness with the chip and sent a message to the crew on Parrot. Listen, you have no chance. They are watching me closely. Send this message on my behalf to Jiang Chen. These Americans have a base in Panama and all the residents of the colony were sent there. Are you alone on the ship? Yes, Zhou Guoping replied. Okay, we will pass the message on to Jiang Chen for you. However, I personally suggest you tell him about such valuable information in person. Then, for the reward. Ahem. For your safety and personal freedom, we will send a team of special force to sneak onto the USN fleet. Please wait patiently and cooperate with our rescue operation when necessary. You can't get in. Even if you get inside, you won't be able to take me away, Zhou Guoping smiled bitterly. I have someone following me to the washroom. They will never allow me to stay out of their sight. Is that so? Where are you now? Zhou Guoping was taken aback for a moment and just wanted to answer that he was on the toilet, of course. But at this moment, he suddenly realized what he just said. It seemed that he was out of the Americans' sight right now. On the highway from California to Nevada, NAC's convoy headed deep into the desert. On the roof of the first truck, Zhang Wei took the binoculars out of his pocket and glanced out into the endless yellow sand. However, there was only sand and not a trace of human activity. To locate a military facility buried hundreds of meters underground was no different than finding a needle in a haystack. You better hurry up before I lose my patience, Zhang Wei said irritably as he glanced at the man who sat next to him. 3 days. From when they set off, 3 full days had passed. But along the way, they had not even seen a decent-looking house, let alone the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center. If his mission didn't include that weather weapon, he wouldn't mind wandering around in the desert, but they were in a time crunch and had to find it before the Americans could activate the weather weapon. Every minute was precious. You can't blame me, Black Skull noticed the impatience in the eyes of the NAC officer next to him. he started to sweat profusely as he attempted to defend himself. The information you gave me is only a map that is not useful in any way and a name I have never heard before. Fu *ku. If I knew the specific location, why would I need you? The scolded Black Skull was afraid to look up and did not dare to respond. Not wanting to waste saliva on this guy, Jiang Wei took out the mineral water from his backpack and took a sip, then he stopped talking. The convoy continued to move forward. At this moment, Black Skull suddenly noticed something. He slapped the roof of the car and shouted. "Wait, stop! Stop!" The convoy stopped, and without waiting for Jiang Wei to speak, the man hurriedly jumped out of the truck, trotted 2 steps forward, and then squatted down by the road. Jiang Wei watched his actions with a frown, then jumped off the truck and walked to him. The man got down first and pressed his ears on the ground. Then he climbed up from the ground and moved his fingers back and forth on the dry concrete road. "What are you doing?" Jiang Wei kicked this guy in the butt and frowned. "A convoy passed by here, about 2 hours ago. They didn't use the road, but moved through the middle of the road." Black Skull's 2 mung bean-sized eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up at the sand dunes beside the road. "They're heading north." "How do you know?" A hint of surprise appeared in Jiang Wei's eyes. The wind here was very strong. The blowing gust was enough to cover all tracks with sand within 10 minutes, let alone 2 hours. However, this guy was not only able to spot the issue with this road with just a glance, but he could accurately pinpoint the direction as well as the time. At least in Jiang Wei's eyes, there was no difference between this section of the road and the section they had passed through before. The temperature of the highway in Nevada is very high, and the tires will still leave marks. You can still feel it with your fingers. Black Skull clapped his hands and stood up from the ground. He touched his head, grinned proudly, and revealed his white teeth. "This is how we used to track merchants." Fair enough. From when they took off until now, it was the first time Jiang Wei felt that this guy was still somewhat useful. Deep into the Nevada desert, a row of desert camouflaged SUVs came from afar, avoided 2 hills covered by loess, and stopped outside a military base under the hills. The rusty iron gate looked as if it had been deserted for many years. By the amount of sand trapped under the tarp, it appeared that no one had visited this place for a long time. When the convoy approached the military base, the vehicles began to slow down. At this moment, a gust of wind that carried sand blew by. In just a blink of an eye, soldiers wearing desert camouflage stood around the convoy. They raised their rifles and surrounded the SUVs. The convoy stopped. The door of the second SUV opened and a military boot stepped onto the ground. He showed his identity card to the nearest soldier. The soldier didn't make any movement except for a red light that flashed in the center of the tactical eyepiece under the brim of his Benny's hat. After the soldier identified the code on the graphene card, the rifles pointed at the convoy all lowered. Colonel Ross put away his graphene card, narrowed his eyes, scanned the group of soldiers, and said, "Where is Colonel McCarthy? Get him to see me." "Here." Colonel McCarthy, who wore a beret, stepped out and walked up to the officer. He raised his hand and performed a standard military salute. Although the two were both colonels in military ranks, one was serving in the Department of Defense while the other was a commissioned officer of the frontline forces. Colonel Ross came here with the order of the Department of Defense and could be considered as his superior. Therefore, he had no problem saluting first. Colonel Ross responded with a salute, then looked at the military base behind him and nodded. "How is the preparation?" "The West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center is already under our control, and the only insider is also under our control," McCarthy replied seriously. "Very good." Colonel Ross nodded and stared at McCarthy. Then he paused for a moment before he continued, "Congress has already discussed this matter. Since those stubborn conservative forces are ready to stop us from moving into the future, then we will sweep them into the tomb of history together with the rubbish of the wasteland." Your task now is to include the entire California in the coverage of the weather weapon and implement an indiscriminate strategic strike. Roger, Colonel McCarthy replied in a cold and emotionless state. The combat order has been issued. I want to know when this thing will be ready. Colonel Ross said while he raised his chin and looked at the alloy door inlaid on the side of the hill behind the military base. It depends on when the fuel rods will be delivered. Colonel McCarthy then asked, how is the dismantling of that batch of nuclear weapons? 120mm nuclear fusion cores have been removed and they will be sent here soon, Colonel Ross responded. That's enough. The upturned corner of his mouth showed cruelness and viciousness. Colonel McCarthy said, a Category 6 hurricane will be more than enough to shred their defense. Before he could finish his sentence, a scream suddenly came from the sky. The two of them were taken aback by the noise and looked up. However, just halfway through the motion, shrapnel blasted and dazzling light exploded. Dark smoke then diffused at the entrance of the military base along with the fire. Unprepared, the two soldiers who stood next to the checkpoint were blown to pieces by the incoming shells. One of them entered into a coma and was immediately in an undetermined state. McCarthy reflexively took 2 steps back, raised his sleeves to cover his face, and stared at the blown checkpoint, then his pupils suddenly constricted. Mortars. Enemy attack. Spread out. Hurry, hurry. This is Team Red Arrow. The position of the mortar has been calculated, we are heading to the target area. Without the slightest warning, as the first shell exploded, the subsequent shells exploded near the convoy like countless beans being scattered down. When the first shell arrived, all USN soldiers started to move like in sync gears. Soldiers in desert camouflage rushed to the side of the road and held onto their rifle as they laid down on the spot behind covers. The SUVs quickly reversed and spread out. Half of the SUVs, that carried supplies, drove into the military base. The other half, which carried soldiers, and 2 armored vehicles rushed out of the military base and headed for the direction where the shells came from. Ha! Fire! With 1 foot on a desert-colored motorcycle, the man in a cowboy hat laughed hysterically while he looked at the explosions with his binoculars. The scene of enemies fleeing under his bombardment sparked an immense amount of joy in his mind. In the open space next to him, soldiers dressed as cowboys took the mortar shells from the back of the motorcycles, threw them to the comrades holding the mortar, and stuffed them into the thick barrel. The Rangers, as a purely motorized artillery unit, was the trump card of the militia organization Minutemen. Although they relied on old-fashioned fuel-burning motorcycles as a means of transportation, the performance of this old-fashioned machinery on wasteland, especially in the desert, was unexpectedly reliable. Moreover, synthetic oil was much easier to obtain than nuclear batteries, and the machine was also not affected by EMP weapons. With the excellent firepower of 60mm electromagnetic mortars, the Rangers had ravaged the California wasteland for more than a decade, frightening countless predators and mutated human tribes. They are coming here, another cowboy crouched behind a rock said as he observed the convoy moving along with a trail of dust with his binoculars. Tell NAC they can start. Roger. No notification was required at all. When the cowboy ran to the motorcycle and sent the message, the NAC Expeditionary Force and the National Guard who were flanking nearby had already moved. Without any warning, dozens of anti-tank rockets sprang out from behind the haystack and went straight to the USN military convoy moving to the Ranger artillery position. 2 SUVs were shot on the side and turned into exploding fireballs. The 2 armored vehicles at the back were hit directly and stalled on the road. In a split second, the USN convoy had completely lost its momentum. Knowing that they were ambushed, USN soldiers jumped out of the vehicles one after another and scattered to look for cover. However, the previous rockets were only the beginning. A group of soldiers also armed with kinetic skeleton flanked from behind the dunes. The rifle in their hands spewed out fearsome bullets. With the support of power armors, they surrounded the completely stalled convoy. I'm hit. Medic. *T. This is Team Red Arrow. We need reinforcement. I repeat, there was no reinforcement. Just half a minute ago, countless rockets fell from above and instantly engulfed the abandoned military base. The tumbling balls of flame dyed the gray-yellow earth into a dark hell, and a pungent burnt smell lingered around the entire battlefield. Most of the USN soldiers died under the barrage of Fireball 1. While a few survived, under the siege of the NAC ground troops, the remaining soldiers were forced to retreat to the cave. Everything happened so suddenly that neither Colonel McCarthy nor Colonel Ross could react. When they were about to ask for help from the fleet, they found that all communication equipment had failed. It turned out that during the rocket barrage, NAC not only used high-explosive and incendiary warheads, but also the most insidious EMP warheads. Gunshots persisted above the empty ground in the center of the military base, and the flames of explosions bloomed from time to time. The previous full-scale rocket attack turned the entire military base into chaos. Burned vehicles had tipped over on the side of the road, and from time to time, nuclear fusion cores exploded. USN soldiers in kinetic skeleton evacuated to the entrance of the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center, deployed an aluminum alloy mobile bunker at the entrance of the cave, and fired back as they waited for reinforcements that who knew when would arrive. K. How did these monkeys find us? It's not just monkeys. K. Now we have to face those idiots. Colonel Ross cursed at the scene of National Guard's power armors attacking the military base. Where is the spare communicator? In the headquarters, McCarthy fired a few shots outside the bunker, glanced at the chaotic military base, then looked at the destroyed building in the center of the base. His eagle-like eyes seemed to show that he was in a dire state. T. How often is your interval communication? 1 hour. After Colonel Ross replaced the burnt chip in the tablet, tapped on the tablet a few times, looked at the rows of icons on the screen with a red cross, then threw a punch against the wall. K. We lost the drones too. While they spoke, a rifle grenade exploded on the bunker. An unprepared soldier was blown upside down, and the blood-stained kinetic skeleton fragments scattered all over the floor. The two hurriedly ducked down and narrowly avoided the explosion debris. We can't hold this place anymore. After McCarthy emptied his last magazine, he tossed down the rifle in his hand, pulled out the laser pistol from his waist and fired a few beams outside, then he grabbed Colonel Ross next to him. Let's go, we need to get inside. The bullet shells clinked as they fell to the ground. After he received the clip thrown over by Logistic, Jiang Chen skillfully reloaded the rifle and fired at the soldiers hiding behind cover. With a few short bursts, a series of blood spurts appeared on the head of the soldier under the sight as the soldier fell backward and collapsed to the ground. The combat effectiveness of this group of USN soldiers was not strong. Compared with their powerful mechanical equipment, they could even be described as weak. Other than the invisible soldiers and the cyborg fighters who were not affected by EMP, which caused a lot of trouble for the NAC and the National Guard when they attacked NAC's base because of their technical advantages. These USN soldiers in kinetic skeleton or even power armor, under the besieged attack of the NAC and the National Guard, collapsed in a one-sided slaughter. Not far from Jiang Chen, a National Guard's power armor swung its power hammer with a full swing and directly landed it on the power armor inscribed with USN. Eerie blue sparks appeared on the surface of the power armor for a brief second. The shock wave of the swing blew away the gravel on the ground and dented the heavy front armor. The pilot inside couldn't be more dead. On the other side, a soldier who wore an optical invisibility combat uniform was suppressed down by the hailstorm of bullets and was finally blown into fragments by a rocket along with the concrete bunker. The USN soldiers at the entrance of the cave were forced to retreat under the unrelenting firepower of NAC. The Fishers are retreating. National Guard Deputy Captain Wade roared. He exchanged the heavy machine gun on his right hand of the power armor into a grenade launcher and pressed down the trigger with force against the closing alloy giant gate. K. Where are your rockets? We don't have enough firepower. Deploying. Jiang Wei waved his fist and signaled the anti-tank infantry behind him to attack. Just as the NAC's anti-tank troops rushed to position, the National Guard's rifle grenades had already landed in front of the giant alloy gate. There was a series of loud booms, followed by the flame of explosions that almost swallowed the round gate. However, as Wade had expected, these high-explosive grenades effective against soft targets did not do any damage against the slowly closing giant alloy gate. They couldn't even stop it for a brief moment. USN's infantry had all retreated into the cave, and the mobile bunker was abandoned. The NAC anti-tank infantry from the rear finally arrived at the battlefield. Under Jiang Wei's command, they deployed the recoilless cannon onto the ground and fired at the giant gate. A dozen poisonous python rockets along with orange-tail flames galloped towards the entrance of the cave, then exploded into a series of orange-red fireballs on the giant alloy panel. The huge door made an overwhelmed buzz, and the dull sound reverberated throughout the hills. We got it. However, when the smoke dissipated, Jiang Wei's pupils suddenly constricted. The giant circular alloy gate's flat surface looked like nothing had happened. The dozen of rockets that could blow apart armored vehicles could not even leave a dent on its surface. A word suddenly appeared in Jiang Wei's mind. Memory alloy. He had no time to hesitate. As he watched the alloy gate that was only 3 cars wide before it was fully closed, Jiang Wei made the decisive decision, pressed on his helmet, and executed Plan B, Power Armor Squad on my command. Engine output maximum. Get inside before the door closes. Blue flames burst out and thrust the T-3 power armors forward. With the wheels deployed, they charged into the cave. A dozen USN power armors that had previously retreated into the cave realized NAC's plan. They resolutely appeared from behind the alloy gate, lifted the alloy shield on their left ear while the tongue of fire reappeared from the heavy machine gun in their other hand. Bullets reweaved a net between the two sides. Rockets screamed and were accompanied by the roar of grenades. These warriors who dared to face death were quickly sent by NAC to meet their god. But even so, they had accomplished their goal. When the last USN power armor was blasted in the explosion of an anti-armor rocket, the heavy giant alloy door was finally firmly shut and blocked out all the T-3s that just made it to the entrance. Damn it! Jiang Wei slammed his fist against the concrete bunker, then stepped out from behind the bunker carrying his rifle. The battlefield filled with gunpowder was full of fragmented mechanical wreckage. Without air support, USN soldiers were defeated in a firefight with the NAC, the National Guard, and the Minutemen. However, despite this outcome, they could not proclaim this victory. Because the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center was still under American control. They had to try their last resort. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth and took out the tablet from his backpack. He set the attack coordinates on the map and clicked the last item in the available support list, the electromagnetic mega cannon. He clicked confirm and took 2 steps back. While he put away the tablet, he pressed the button on his helmet. Attention all combats units, the electromagnetic mega cannon's attack is en route. The target is the entrance of the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center. Take the necessary avoidance measures. From a distance, there was a roar that tore through space. A thick cylindrical mass, engulfed in a ball of bright orange flame, crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers and smashed into the alloy gate like an iron fist. The shell that was accelerated to the limit shredded the giant gate together with the mountain next to it with its destructive force. A deafening roar surged up from the quaking ground. Its annihilation power could be felt even from far away. However, when the dust settled, Jiang Wei's expression quickly changed to disappointment. The alloy door was blasted open. To be precise, it was destroyed. Not only that, even the mountains that the cave was embedded into were also destroyed by this shell. Jiang Wei stood there silently for a long time before he squeezed out a foul language that he had recently learned. Fu*K, the entrance to the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center was destroyed. The USN soldiers inside could not get out, nor could anyone outside get in. Unwilling to just stand outside and do nothing against the weather weapon that could be launched at any point, Wade brought dozens of National Guard power armors into the ruins as they attempted to dig a way into the collapsed mountain. However, it turned out that the power armor was not designed for drilling. Despite their best effort, they did not succeed. It's useless, we need professional construction equipment, like excavators or drills. When Jiang Wei walked to Wade's side, there was a visible frown on his face as he looked at the rubble. He debated if another shell was a good idea. But when he thought that this might make the situation worse, he gave up on the idea after some hesitation. Not far away, the National Guard finally gave up relying on manpower to remove the collapsed rubble, because they finally discovered that it was not just the door that had collapsed, but the entire tunnel behind the door. At this time, the Minuteman Rangers also rushed over with their motorcycles. After they saw the collapsed mountain, they also felt helpless. Jiang Wei could not formulate a plan, so he had to report to the command post. After he learned 2 excavators and an engineer company had set off from Outpost Town, he ordered his men to start cleaning the battlefield. Hopefully, we can make it. After he ended the communication with the command post, Jiang Wei was about to find a place to rest. However, a soldier in kinetic skeleton walked up to him and saluted. "Report, sir, we found him in the concrete ruins." As the soldier spoke, a survivor in ragged clothes was pushed in front of Jiang Wei. "First of all, I am definitely not on their side." When Blood Axe realized Jiang Wei was examining him with intrigue, he quickly raised both of his hands to signal that he was not hostile. Then he carefully said, "If you have heard of Outpost Town on the west coast, you can hand me over to the governor Zhou Guoping there. I can guarantee you'll get a huge ransom." "Zhou Guoping?" Jiang Wei raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "How long have you not been back to the west coast?" Blood Axe took a second to digest this information. He didn't react to the amount of information in this sentence. "We are the people of NAC," Jiang Wei pointed to the collapsed mountain. "The group of people inside are USN, and they have a lot of conflicts with us." "USN, wait, you are from NAC?" There was a momentary look of joy on Blood Axe, then he quickly said, "Then can you tell Zhou Guoping for me that this is not NATO's nuclear arsenal at all, but NATO, weather weapon?" Jiang Wei waved his hand impatiently, "We have already learned this information. And the Zhou Guoping you mentioned was taken away by USN. Now it is unknown whether he is alive or dead." After Blood Axe learned that Zhou Guoping had been taken away, he was shell-shocked and it took him a while to accept this fact. Gradually, the color on his face turned from bad to worse. It wasn't because of how loyal he was to Zhou Guoping, but that guy still owed him thousands of bottle caps. In the beginning, they agreed that as long as he could trace the final destination of the batch of nuclear weapons, no matter whether there was any nuclear arsenal there, he could get at least 1,000 caps. Although he did not find a nuclear arsenal, he did discover the weather weapon that sounded equally destructive. He thought that he could use this information in exchange for 2,000 or 3,000 caps. However, the person in front of him now told him that Zhou Guoping's whereabouts were unknown. "If you want to go back to Outpost Town, go back by yourself. We have something to do now and we have no time for you." After Jiang Wei left this sentence and was about to leave, he did not expect the next sentence from Blood Axe would stop his foot in the middle of the air. You want to go in?" Blood Axe looked at the group of power armors in the front. After a pause, he continued, "In fact, there is another way to get in beside the main entrance." Colonel McCarthy sat down on the ground as he looked at the tunnel filled with rubble. He wanted to say something, but not a word came out. He thought he was for sure died from the power of that one shell. However, he did not expect that that shell not only blasted down the alloy gate but also collapsed the mountain. The collapsed gravel buried the entire section of the tunnel. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been buried inside. He forced a few dry laughs to celebrate his survival, then struggled to stand up from the ground with the support of a rifle. He shook his dazed brain and patted the dust on his legs. A dozen soldiers also stood or sat not too far from him. When he came, he took 500 brothers with him. And now, they were the only people left. What should we do now? Colonel Ross swallowed dryly, unable to wet his parched throat. He stuffed the tablet back into his backpack and walked to Colonel McCarthy. We can only pray now that USS Obama will find out that we are in trouble soon. Speaking of which, is there no energy at all in this meteorological monitoring center? Ross's brows were furrowed as he looked at the elevator that led to the underground base behind him. If there is no energy at all, how did it transfer the nuclear winter in North America to Pan-Asia? The backup energy is sufficient. It is enough for this weather monitoring center to operate for 50 years. Colonel McCarthy shook his head after he put away the rifle in his hands, but the backup energy that is enough for the weather weapon to operate for 50 years has been locked for the existing weather guidance program. It cannot be used for any other purposes. If you crack the security program in the supercomputer, modify it directly from the inside, do you know how? McCarthy shrugged and said hopelessly, I'm out of luck anyway. However, unexpectedly, Colonel Ross, who came from USS Obama, nodded. I can try. I used to work at the Information Defense Center of the Department of Homeland Security before I went into the hibernation chamber. Inside the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center, located at the bottom of the supercomputer, was the control center of the entire supercomputer. Colonel Ross connected the tablet to the security program at the door, quickly unlocked the door, and stepped inside first. Colonel McCarthy ordered the soldiers behind him to secure this place, then followed inside. The ground was covered with dry dust, the rubber-soled boots creaked as they walked forward. Colonel McCarthy looked around once he got in, then wiped the table closest to him with his finger. When he saw the thick layer of dust, he knew that no one had been here for a long time. The second console? Colonel McCarthy asked with an uncertain tone. When he was here the first time, he searched the area with his soldiers but did not find this room. The console they found was located in the center of the entire supercomputer. Just above their heads, there was a suspension bridge made of aluminum alloy that led directly to the center of the supercomputer. No, strictly speaking, it's not called a console. Ross sat in the center seat in front of the control center, then he started the long silent operating system. He moved his dry fingers with some excitement as he said, "We call this place the backdoor. We generally use this to maintain the security program of the supercomputer, but as long as you want, you can also directly modify the running program of the supercomputer from here, with higher authority." "How sure are you?" Colonel McCarthy asked. "I don't know," Colonel Ross said without turning his head while his fingers rapidly clicked on the touchpad. "Like I said, I'm just giving it a try. If it can be done, that's great. If it can't be done, then let's stay here and wait to be rescued." Time passed by, and there was only the sound of fingers tapping on the touchpad in the room and Colonel Ross's muttering. FullNet provided the security services for the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center supercomputer. This is much easier. His fingers crackled on the touchpad while his eyes moved along with the lines of the code. At this moment, he had devoted himself to the work at hand. FullNet? Colonel McCarthy slightly frowned. What is that? Don't you know? Colonel Ross glanced at Colonel McCarthy who stood behind him, then focused back on the virtual keyboard on the touchpad. The second biggest security service provider in North America, also the second biggest in the world. We have outsourced many projects to them, and they have done great. Then how are you going to hack the second best security program in the United States? McCarthy looked at the string of numbers on the screen, then asked with a puzzled tone. This is actually not difficult, because the safety program they used was the 2160 version. After the weather weapon was put into use, the entire facility completely evaporated from the public site. Since then, not even a fly could get in, let alone security updates. The control terminal and transmitter were completely physically isolated from the outside world. Without a network, there was naturally no information security. Colonel Ross pressed the last enter key on the touchpad, then watched the series of loading bars on the holographic screen with a hint of proudness. It just so happens that the 2160 version of the security system used by FullNet was backed up in the database of the Department of Homeland Security. We have studied their security weakness. While he watched the codes execute line by line, Colonel Ross's upturned corner of his mouth showed how he felt. He had not done any work like this for many years. But he didn't expect that the skills he thought he would never use again turned out to be useful. Weather parameters reset complete, target is set to west coast, setting is successful, weather strike is en route, progress is 0.1%, they only had to wait. Colonel Ross clapped his hands as his hands left the touchpad. McCarthy glanced at the progress bar on the screen, and was about to ask, "This is it," but then he was interrupted by a loud explosion outside the door. When they felt the tremor sent along the floor, the two of them were slightly taken aback. "What are those idiots doing?" Colonel McCarthy looked at the door with a frown and was about to move to the door. However, before he could, the iron door was blasted open by a corpse in kinetic skeleton. The moment General McCarthy saw the corpse, his pupils constricted, and he reflexively pulled out the laser gun from his waist. But before he could pull down the trigger, a steel boot stepped over the door and was followed by blue rays that thrust forward and a giant hand that was directly aimed at his head. *T, with a loud bang, the back protected by the kinetic skeleton came into close contact with the wall. There was no room for resistance, and Colonel McCarthy was pressed against the wall by the National Guard's power armor. Then, Jiang Wei stepped into the control center and rushed to Colonel Ross with a few NAC soldiers. Without saying anything, Jiang Wei knocked the Yankee with his gunstock and took control of the console. "The weather weapon has been activated, Fu*K. When Jiang Wei saw the line of words on the screen, he immediately grabbed the bruised Colonel Ross from the ground, pressed his head against the touchpad, and pointed the gun right against his head. "Turn off this *T right away." "I'm not kidding, I'll count to 3. "No need to count." Ross dry coughed a few times, then coughed up bloody spit, and grinned. "No one can stop this. I'm not kidding. Fu*K. Jiang Wei kicked Colonel Ross in the stomach, then punched him again, and Ross directly fainted. As he looked at the West Coast marked in red on the screen in distraught, Jiang Wei immediately called the command post and reported the situation to General Jiang Chen. "This is Company A. We have successfully controlled the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center. But we were still a step too late. The weather weapon has targeted the entire state of California. The procedure cannot be terminated. The blast team is ready to request approval for blasting." "What's the progress?" Jiang Chen asked calmly. "It has reached 7%. 8%, Fu*K. Connect your squad command module to the console, and completely transfer the authority to the command post." Jiang Chen ordered, immediately. "Roger." Without another word of nonsense, Jiang Wei pulled out a data cable from the left arm of the exoskeleton and directly inserted it into the port under the console. After he tapped a few times on the touchpad and confirmed that the interface was normal, the control authority was immediately transferred to the command post. At the command post, Li Wang looked the progress bar on the screen, swallowed down the lump in his throat, and made a difficult suggestion. "I'll let the technical team try. General, can you go back to the airship first?" "No need," Jiang Chen shook his head, and before Li Wang dissuaded him, he said, "I will try." Everyone in the command post was stunned and they heard this sentence as they all focused on their general. Jiang Chen ignored the look of surprise and skepticism and took off his headphones. He put them on the table, looked around at the officers all focused on him, and dry coughed a few times. "Before that, let me go to the washroom first. I'll be back soon." The moment Jiang Chen heard Jiang Wei say, the program cannot be terminated, he immediately thought of a person. If there had to be a person that could turn the impossible into the possible in programming, then other than the advanced artificial intelligence Lilith, there was no one else. Fortunately, when he returned to the modern world last time to take the aerospace plane, he adjusted his coordinates from Coconut Island to the backyard of his Coral Island mansion, otherwise, he would really be helpless now. After Jiang Chen rushed into the bathroom, he immediately traveled back to the modern world, then grabbed Lilith, who was in her helmet playing games with her stomach against the sofa and pulled her back into the apocalypse. Where is this place? Lilith looked around emotionlessly. I have no signal now. North America. Jiang Chen threw the tablet terminal to Lilith. No nonsense. If you want to go back earlier, do me a favor, hurry. After Lilith received the tablet, she did not speak and just silently pressed her finger against the screen. For her, there was no need for a data cable connection. She could adjust the program through her finger. Stop the program, it's difficult. Lilith gave a brief but concise comment. It's also difficult for you. Jiang Chen frowned. Well, it's not impossible, it just takes a long time, Lilith said. In the design of the program, the weather strike is irreversible. If you want to stop the weather strike that is already en route, you must make significant revisions to the program. When I finish the revisions, this place is probably finished too. Even Lilith can't do it. Jiang Chen frowned and thought. If it really doesn't work, I can only blow apart that supercomputer. Wait. Suddenly, he had an idea, and immediately turned on the holographic screen of the watch, then showed the coordinates of Parrot to Lilith. Then don't stop it, change the attack coordinates for me. Change it to this. That shouldn't be a big problem, I can try. As she spoke, a series of dark green data streams that flowed at an incredible speed and was almost impossible to catch by the naked eye appeared in her pupils. Soon, Jiang Chen saw Lilith nod. Well, this is really not a big problem. Small droplets of rain drizzled down on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Against the surging waves, the majestic USS Obama led the fleet of giant ships through the mighty waves. Right below the deck, the banquet's mood was at its peak. We lost contact with McCarthy. How could that be possible? President Sean walked quickly to the corner of the banquet hall, looked around nervously, and made sure no one was looking at him. He lowered his voice and said, "Get the fighter squadron to take off immediately. I want you to give me a definite answer within 10 minutes. Go." Just then, he heard a charming female voice not far from him. He saw a lady in an evening gown, with a goblet in her hand, that was walking towards him in elegant steps. "Dear Mr. President, may I ask what happened?" "Everything is normal, dear Christina, it's just that there was a small problem on USS Rhino, but it has now been resolved." "You know, that's my electoral district." President Sean cleared his throat and politely explained to the lady in front of him while he edited a text message through the smart chip to his military advisor. There was a problem with the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center, and it was not a small problem. The White House had enough problems to deal with. If these people learned that the Army once again failed to execute, the Congress members that finally gave support to his revival plan would likely turn back to isolationism. No matter what happened outside, he had to control the information. It was the duty of a president to immerse most people in the happiness of limited right to know. The banquet continued, and the guests drank the delicious champagne as if nothing happened. On the deck of USS Obama, a Wings of Freedom took off and galloped towards Nevada, hundreds of kilometers away. However, no one noticed that there was an inconspicuous supporting actor that went missing in this banquet. Zhou Guoping followed those special forces and ran quickly across the empty corridor. He looked nervously behind him, and only after he confirmed that no one was following him did his unrest heart finally stop beating so furiously. "By the way, are you really a scientific research station?" Adhesive thermite was placed on the closed hatch, and the man in digital camouflage turned his head and grinned. "What do you think?" "Nope. Although Zhou Guoping had the answer in his mind, he kept it to himself. The blinding white light flickered, and in a series of electric sparks, the closed hatch fell backward. Soon, Zhou Guoping's slightly dilated pupils reflected the blue ocean. Just then, a shout suddenly came from behind him. "Stop! What are you guys doing?" Before the second half of the sentence was finished, blood mist appeared over the sailor's head and he fell backward onto the ground. The gunshots definitely had alerted the soldiers on USS Obama, but since they were already here, even if USN sent a division after them, it would just be a futile attempt. "Jump, hurry!" While Captain Wang put his still smoking gun away, he didn't give Zhou Guoping time to prepare at all. When he said this, he grabbed Zhou Guoping with his right hand, lifted him up like a little chicken, and threw him out of the ship. "Aw!" In Zhou Guoping's desperate and terrified scream, he plunged into the sea with a plop. Before the cold water gushed into his throat, a hand grabbed his clothes and stuffed him into the buffer cabin of a circular submersible. Just when he was about to suffocate, the surface of the water finally fell below his nose. As he sat on the ground panting heavily, Zhou Guoping took a look around him. The arc-shaped outer wall was sturdy and reinforced with alloy, and the simple layout did not show any sophisticated equipment. This kind of circular submersible was the type connected to a submarine that could float to the surface, not the type that was connected to a ship and went underwater. Many of the Special Force soldiers who had previously covered his retreat stood here. Captain Wang, who threw him out of the ship just now, grinned at him while he wiped his hair with a towel. Through the window of the bulkhead, Zhou Guoping saw the bottom of the ship that sailed away. If he guessed correctly, it belonged to USS Obama. "We escaped." "Yes," Captain Wang threw the towel aside, "even if they can spot us, there is no means of transportation that can catch up to us. However, even if that's the case, we'd better return to the Parrot as soon as possible." "Why?" Zhou Guoping was dazed. "You'll know when you go back." Captain Wang smiled mysteriously and placed the unloaded equipment on the wall. "I promise you, the scene will definitely be more spectacular than any movie you have ever seen." "It's raining harder." "Yes." In the ship cabin that was converted into a banquet hall, guests in tailcoats were still holding onto their goblet full of champagne. They stood by the window while they watched the droplets of rain that started to turn bigger and faster. Weather drones cruised above the stratosphere, and weather data within hundreds of miles were monitored by the fleet. When the fleet established its path, meteorological factors were considered as the top priority, and often before the storm began to brew, the fleet would have adjusted its route to perfectly avoid the storm. For the Americans living on the deck, sunny or rainy weather was all controllable. Even in the worst-case scenario that they accidentally encountered extreme weather such as storms, the weather would not even pose a threat. All the ships were firmly joined together by steel cantilevers as thick as elephant trunks. The connected fleet was like a city that floated on the water. A wave as tall as a few meters did not even cause the slightest turbulence. The occasional heavy rain like this was a rare scene of beauty. Not far away, several water storage cargo ships had opened their tarps to collect water. Residents living on the different cargo ships also rushed out onto the deck with their colorful plastic buckets as they eagerly waited for the rain to come. The rain was getting heavier, and the mung bean-sized drips turned into soybean-sized droplets. People no longer felt the gentleness of the water when the droplets splashed onto their faces. The people on the deck looked at the sky turning dark and finally realized something was wrong. On USS Jupiter destroyer, in the radar room of the Meteorological Monitoring Center, the staff quickly moved between desks. Several technicians in suits stood in front of the holographic meteorological cloud map with serious frowns as they pointed at each of the parameters. A lot of cumulonimbus clouds have gathered in the sky, and the wind speed skyrocketed by 3 levels. Damn it, what is going on? Wrong weather data? Keynes frowned. Or the weather drone is malfunctioning. After working at the monitoring center on the Jupiter destroyer for so many years, it was the first time he had seen such a strange occurrence. It was the 10th time he verified the data in his hand, but regardless of the number of times he looked, the conclusion he could make was sunny. No. Bertram, next to him, shook his head. The data can't be more normal. This is the strangest thing. The parameters are accurate, but the final result is the complete opposite of what we see now. There must be something wrong, as if, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped talking. That expression on his face was as if he was shocked by his own intuition. As if? Keynes asked with a frown. After Bertram hesitated for a moment, he finally finished his speculation. It's as if someone tampered with our weather. Bertram's guess was correct. Someone did indeed tamper with their weather. To put it more accurately, NAC just returned what they originally planned to do to the West Coast intact. The Meteorological Monitoring Center aboard USS Jupiter destroyer reported the news to the Department of Defense on USS Obama. When the center was urgently requesting verification, the roaring wind finally revealed its hidden fog under the rumbling waves. The raindrops were getting bigger and bigger, and the raging wind, like blades, made people on the deck unable to open their eyes. The plastic buckets filled with water were blown away. The main axis on the water storage cargo ship, spread-out tarp, was directly snapped in half, and like a broken umbrella, it drooped backward. The raging storm gathered above and condensed the cumulonimbus cloud into endless dark cyclones. The entire sky was shrouded in the roar of the storm, and the people who succumbed to reality finally began to tremble. God, this wind is too strong. K, what are the guys on the boat thinking? Are they trying to go into the eye of the storm? We are heading towards the eye of the storm. Enough, stop it. While they watched the situation on the fleet not far away, as well as heavy dark clouds, the distinguished guests in the banquet hall finally stopped their delightful sightseeing and let out cries of horror. Some people screamed and asked why they didn't change their course. Some people knelt and prayed, begging God to spare them. But obviously, God could not hear their prayers. Even if he could hear it, it was futile. Because it was not God who sealed their fate, but Jiang Chen. The huge waves tens of meters high far surpassed the highest point of the aircraft carrier. Even the most majestic USS Obama aircraft carrier was nothing but a small boat in front of the crashing waves. The broad bow completely left the water, then along with the turbulence of the waves, crushed down into the ocean, and it didn't take long before it was sent into the air again. The entire aircraft carrier was like a roller coaster pushed up to the highest point by the roaring sea, then sent down by the surging waves. The crew on the deck was thrown out and fell into the ocean and disappeared. The ones hiding in the cabin were not much better. Along with the waves, they were thrown into the ceiling along with other debris and items, then they were smashed down again by gravity. The two helicopters parked on the tarmac suffered the most unfortunate fate. They didn't even get to the takeoff before they were engulfed by a wave. As for the fleet behind the aircraft carrier, it was even worse. The cargo ships connected by the mechanical cantilevers in usual situations were used to stabilize the entire structure. However, it was obviously not the usual situation right now. A Category 6 hurricane just rampaged across the entire fleet, the rivets were popped out like cannonballs, the broken mechanical cantilevers and the damaged cargo ships were scooped up into the air, then tossed out, and created more rubbish on the ocean surface. What's going on? It's impossible. How did they know we are here? Wait, isn't the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center under the control of McCarthy? Sean's fingers clenched onto the railing beside him and a safety belt was wrapped around him. His eyes were bloodshot. Right in front of the window was Rhino, his constituency. And now, he just watched that luxury cruise ship, together with the other ships in the fleet, get swallowed up by the raging hurricane. Mr. President, we should go. The soldier in power armor stumbled through the office door, looked at Mr. President barely hanging on, and hurriedly said, "There is a major failure in the power system of the USS Obama. The minister asked me to inform you to evacuate right away." Evacuate? You Fu ** king, tell me where else I can go. Sean roared at this special force commander with his eyes completely red. Any ship was equipped with a submersible, which could be used to escape to the bottom of the sea in the event of an accident, and USS Obama was no exception. As the President of the United States, Sean certainly was aware of this. But even so, he didn't plan to leave. Although he couldn't believe what was happening before him, he actually realized what happened. The reason why this hurricane appeared here was most likely the result of NAC taking control of the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center. Colonel McCarthy and the 4th Marine Brigade he led had likely suffered an ill fate. The raging storm blew away the last breath of the United States. Even if he survived, what was the point? He lost the aircraft carrier, the destroyer, with only a concentration camp in Panama left. He could barely form half a brigade of soldiers. Even if he escaped from here, the fate destined for him would not change. The USS Obama sank. The spherical submersible that followed the undulating waves observed its last moment before the USN fleet was swallowed by the hurricane with its wide-angle camera dozens of kilometers away. Unlike the previous 2 unlucky destroyers, as the flagship, the USS Obama persisted until the end. At least that was the case until a cargo ship was swept up by the hurricane, then smashed onto its deck before its luck finally ran out and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Inside Parrot cabin, Zhuo Guoping held onto the cup of hot water handed to him by the captain as he stared blankly at the scene from the camera. It took him a while to recover from his astonishment. This is, your general's new toy. It seems to be called a weather weapon. Captain Wang walked to Zhou Guoping's side with a glass of boiling water, then looked at the chaotic sea surface. He said, annihilating an entire fleet is too awesome. Whatever, we are the ones that tracked the coordinates of this fleet. The pilot in the control room pursed his lips while he commented disapprovingly. If they got their fighters to direct the weather strike, they might not even touch the fleet. It's okay, let's not be bitter. The captain of Parrot patted the pilot's back, chuckled, then looked to Zhuo Guoping. Your general came to North America for you. If I were you, I would think of what I'd say to him when I see him. Can you let me disembark in Wanghai? Zhou Guoping smiled wryly. Of course not, the captain said as he shook his head. If we dropped you off at Wanghai, who would pay us? Pay? Zhou Guoping was taken aback. Huh, that's right. 100,000 credits. The captain patted his shoulder with the same bright smile. Don't look so sad. If I were you, I would be so happy. After all, if I was caught by pirates, my boss would definitely not spend so much money to get me back. When the weather strike began, the war was over. After the 14 F-79s bypassed the air defense positions on the west coast, they arrived too late over Nevada. They circled the entrance of the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center for a long time but could not do anything against the barren hills and empty base. They had to return to Panama. After the USS Obama had sunk, the USN's dream of reviving the United States had completely evaporated over the ocean. After the weather strike was terminated, Lilith, in accordance with Jiang Chen's instructions, easily modified the weather guidance program of the weather weapon. She changed the heavy snow that should have fallen in the eastern part of Pan-Asia to the Mediterranean Sea on the other end of Eurasia. From the beginning of this year, European survivors would definitely enjoy a unique Christmas. In the colony's conference room, Jiang Chen ended the meeting with the Minuteman and the National Guard representative. The 3 parties discussed matters related to the maintenance of the weather weapon in the future and finally decided that the 3 parties would jointly station troops at the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center. Of course, because NAC accounted for the bulk of the energy expenditure in climate guidance projects, it had stationed the greatest number of soldiers at the center. In addition, the task of maintaining the weather weapon also fell onto NAC. For other survivor forces, the expenditure of a large quantum computer was definitely a burden they wished to avoid, but for NAC, it was the complete opposite. This meant that Jiang Chen could send a scientific research team to research the weather weapon. Jiang Chen was still very interested in this dark technology that could kill with the power of nature. If he could, he would like to build one in the modern world too. After Jiang Chen returned to the governor's office, he saw Zhou Guoping, who had been personally accompanied by the captain of the Parrot. As soon as their eyes crossed, Zhou Guoping looked at the mischievously smiling Jiang Chen, then he smiled with wryness, lowered his head, and said, "Sorry, I messed up." "You really messed up a lot of things," Jiang Chen laughed, paused for a moment, and then continued, "but in the end, it was the chip in your head that sank the USN fleet. I'll give the credit to you." "Thanks, General," Zhou Guoping said gratefully. "Don't thank me," Jiang Chen waved his hand. "I've seen the financial report you left when you governed the colony. Generally speaking, although you didn't make a big contribution during this period, you did a lot of hard work. I can't blame you for this one. If you are blamed for this, it doesn't seem right." Zhou Guoping had only 100 people in his hands at the time, and the fact that they could not win against USN was really not because of his incompetence. In that situation, it was unlikely anyone else could do better than him. To say that the only thing he did not do well was that he did not report the nuclear weapons immediately after they were discovered. However, that was human nature. Since the information had great uncertainty, he had to verify first before he could report it up. After all, the position of the governor possessed high decision-making power, which was different than a soldier that had to report all incidents. The governor of a colony was a drudgery not many people took up. If he was punished too harshly for this incident, the negative impact would definitely outweigh the positive impact. After some consideration, Jiang Chen decided to be on the more lenient side. "Although rationally, you're not really at fault and even gained a bit of merit in the end, it can't be justified if I don't punish you for getting into such a mess. So, I will fine you half a year's salary, and you'll be put on probation for a year. Are you satisfied with this result?" After Zhou Guoping heard his punishment, the big rock that was pressed onto his chest finally disappeared. He looked gratefully at Jiang Chen and was about to express his thankfulness. However, Jiang Chen raised his hand and stopped him. "Don't thank me. I'm punishing you, why are you thanking me? You think I punished you too lightly?" After being glared at by the general, Zhou Guoping scratched his head with an awkward smile and quickly responded. "You're right, General. You are under probation now, so behave well." Jiang Chen laughed at the Zhou Guoping with his typical attempt to flatter expression, then said, "If you do well, just continue to sit in this position. If you don't get results, then go back to Wanhai for retirement." As Jiang Chen spoke, he got up and patted the back of the chair. "Okay, I won't stay here any longer. This chair belongs to you, so naturally, you should sit on it." "Not at all." Zhou Guoping chuckled and habitually attempted to flatter Jiang Chen again. "After all, you lent me this chair, you can sit as long as you want. I'll just stand." "That's enough, don't try to butter me up all day long," Jiang Chen jokingly scolded Zhou Guoping. "I don't want to see flattery, I want to see your achievements. I still have something to do, so I won't keep chatting with you." He had to admit that this guy was really good at flattering. At least it made him feel good, and he didn't feel repulsed by it. Jiang Chen patted this guy on the shoulder and left the office under Zhou Guoping's surprised and touched gaze. He then headed to the command post. Chapter 1420 Expedition, Panama. Jiang Chen did not have time to chat with Zhou Guoping. There was still a lot of things he had to review. After the USS Obama sunk, the radio communication between Pan-Asia and the west coast of North America had returned to normal. After he arrived in the command post, he immediately held a combat meeting. All officers above the rank of the Expeditionary Battalion commander appeared in the meeting room. Even Han Junhua, who was far away at the General Staff headquarters, attended the meeting through holographic imaging. Based on the intelligence that Governor Zhou brought back, our people were sent to Panama as slaves. Although our enemies have been destroyed by the weather weapon, our compatriots are still waiting for us to take them home. Jiang Chen's right hand clenched into a tight fist as he smashed down hard against the table. In an authoritative and fierce voice, he ordered, "Li Wang, on my order." "Yes, General." Li Wang stood up, his eyes gazed straight forward. "Bring our compatriots home with 2,000 expeditionary troops." "Roger." A sonorous and powerful answer responded to Jiang Chen's call. "Lu Hai." "Yes, General." A burly man stood up straight. "The 3rd Battalion of the Hunter Corps to set off immediately to assist Captain Li to complete the mission." "Roger." "You have to formulate the specific military operation plan. I will not interfere." Jiang Chen looked around the officers present, then continued. "I'll only provide you with the direction. You can follow this direction to create the plan." The commander of the expeditionary force, Li Wang, stood up first to express his thoughts. He said respectfully, "General, please give us your command. Infiltrate from the inside and then destroy from the outside. The execution must be fast. And it must be steady." Jiang Chen stared at Li Wang, then looked at the holographic image of Han Junhua next to him. "We must ensure that our colonists can return home safely." The meeting lasted for the entire afternoon. With the help of Han Junhua, every small detail of the military operation plan was carefully drafted. Everything was done to achieve one purpose, that was, the key objective Jiang Chen stated at the start of the meeting: bring back every detained NAC citizen from the USN concentration camp. Early the next morning, Li Wang bid farewell to Jiang Chen with 2,000 soldiers, then boarded the AS Order. In the next 2 days, AS Order would head south along the California Peninsula towards Panama. This time Jiang Chen did not make the trip, but instead delegated the task of rescuing the captured colonists to Li Wang. From the intelligence given by Zhou Guoping, only a small number of USN soldiers were stationed in Panama. Although the force had been expanded several times, the size was less than a brigade, and many of the soldiers were new recruits. In the laboratory, Lilith used a cutter and fumbled with the wreckage of F-79. When the weather strike arrived, many F-79s that did not have time to take off were all parked in the hangar. And these wreckages in front of Lilith were all salvaged by Beluga Station from the waters where USS Obama sunk. Of course, for NAC, this salvage service was not free. These piles of scrap copper and iron costed Jiang Chen 10,000 credits. However, it was worth the price. The precious pre-war technology was priceless to NAC, or at least for celestial trade in the other world. Besides, for NAC, these credits were merely just a dozen boxes of canned food. There were still many treasures left on the bottom of the ocean floor that Beluga Station was still salvaging. As to what could be salvaged, he was looking forward to finding out. But now, NAC's scientific research mission was clear. Jiang Chen gave orders to Fallout Shelter 027 in Wanghai and the field researchers who had arrived in North America with the expeditionary force. They had to crack the technology in NS-90 and F-79. The NS-90 project was carried out in an orderly manner. With the help of employees from the Masanti Military Industry Group in Fallout Shelter U-17, NAC's fighter research and development capabilities took a giant leap forward. On the F-79 side, with Lilith's help, things were progressing smoothly. For Jiang Chen, a boss who had no knowledge in this field, all he could do now was waiting. There is nothing wrong with the AI. The design of the sensor system and processor chip are somewhat interesting. Lilith nodded thoughtfully while she fiddled with the parts spread out on the table. Wait until I have completely understood the technology. I plan to upgrade the parts on my body. These things have value to you? Jiang Chen glanced at the pile of parts unexpectedly. Of course, Lilith said without hesitation, in terms of programming, I am omnipotent, but in terms of hardware, my knowledge depends entirely on your research. This is the first time I have seen this design, so there is a lot of value. Let's not talk about this anymore. When do you plan to return to that world? You want to go back? A little bit. Lilith nodded. For an AI whose virtual world was larger than the real world, the apocalypse without the internet was equivalent to a barren desert. Since she learned from Jiang Chen about that world, she had long yearned for it. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that she just wanted to go back for another raid. Wait until the matter here is finished, Jiang Chen patted her head, and said with a smile, if you want to go back soon, finish this quickly. When your work is done, I will send you back first. Although Jiang Chen did make a promise, this kind of incentive measure didn't seem effective for an AI. She had used 100% efficiency from the very start, so the expressionless face and the movement of the cutter in her hand still looked the same. Jiang Chen did not stay here to disturb her work. He headed to the port. Just now, the cargo ship at the Beluga station dragged a batch of cargo back from the sea where the USS Obama sank. And this shipment was a bit unique. It was not something worthy of recycling but living people. 50 credits per person. I can't go lower, or we will lose money. When the owner of the cargo ship saw that NAC was not interested in the shipwreck survivors they scooped up, he started to feel anxious as he desperately tried to explain to the staff at the port, think about it. Those who can get on the submersible must have a good status on the aircraft carrier. They are either scientists, officers, or politicians. You must be able to get some information out of them, scientist. In that case, how many scientists do you think can get on the submersible and escape in that situation? Don't try to fool us. The person in charge of accepting the cargo said with a smile, not to mention that the war is over. What use is this group of prisoners to us? Either you keep them yourself, or you sell them to us for 10 credits per person, and we can keep them as slaves. While the captain of Beluga station argued, Jiang Chen, who received the call, had already arrived at the port. Just as he was about to ask someone in charge what was going on, he saw an interesting figure among the group of prisoners, and from the corner of his mouth turned up, the grin was full of mischievousness. In the port area next to the Panama Canal, dozens of trucks were parked beside a row of rusty wire fences. Under the watch of armed USN soldiers, scavengers in orange prison uniforms carried plastic bags of different sizes and lined up beside the trucks. After they weighed the bags, the bundles of garbage were tossed onto the trucks, and their tasks for the day were then considered complete. Before the outbreak of the World War in 2171, the Panama Canal was a shipping hub for the entire Americas, and the cargo throughput was several times higher than any other ports. Mountains of containers were stacked here and they stored everything from the most basic iron and aluminum ore to high-end large-scale electronic equipment. As long people were willing to spend the time, they could find whatever they desired. In the second year after the peace treaty was signed, Panama was designated as a special zone by NATO. At the time, the captain of the USS Obama was ordered by the NATO authorities to transfer a group of survivors from Washington, New York, Boston, and other places. This was the predecessor of the group that strived to revive the United States. Later, when the space colonization ship lifted off, the world government announced its dissolution. The officers of the USS Obama aircraft carrier decided to revive the United States. The ships of the entire Panama SAR were utilized and everyone in the area moved on to the fleet. This port full of containers had become their material supply base. Of course, these Americans couldn't pick garbage themselves. Since they were reviving the United States, those Central American and South American survivors were their natural labor force. The situation got even better when Congress issued a combat order against the NAC. The 3,000 Chinese colonists captured from Outpost Town and more than 30,000 West Coast residents directly expanded the workforce in Panama by 10 times. In order to manage the surplus labor force, they even added half a brigade. They also promised the North American prisoners at the time that as long as they were obedient, they could redeem themselves and become a glorious overseer. After the trucks were filled, the trucks drove onto the highway and headed for the base 10 kilometers away. The slaves who had previously entered the port area were herded by soldiers in chemical protective suits to undergo radiation and virus inspections. After they passed the inspections, they were each given a nutrient supply. As for the amount of fluid in the nutrient supply, it depended on the mood of these Americans. Herbert, with a rifle in front of his chest and equipped with desert-colored camouflage kinetic skeleton, couldn't help but utter his tongue while he flipped through the statistics in his hand. 17 tons, sh*t, these monkeys look thin, but they sure work very effectively. Why didn't those idiots in Congress do it sooner? Jeff, who was next to him, grinned and cussed out. Foo*k, if I knew they were so capable, we could definitely have gone to the other side of the Pacific Ocean to catch more slaves. I heard they have a lot of people anyway. Huh, you can apply to Congress, Herbert joked. I will once I get promoted to captain. What is that? When he was halfway through the conversation, Jeff suddenly stopped talking and looked towards the horizon. In the distant mouth of the canal, where the sea and sky intersected, a black spot suddenly appeared in their sight. Jeff took 2 steps forward, squinted his eyes as he tried to get a clearer view. Herbert, next to him, also noticed the situation in the distance. He frowned and touched his chest, as he tried to grab his binoculars to take a closer look. However, only then did he realize that he had not brought his binoculars with him. Old Wu, do you think our general will come and save us? Yu Buwei lifted his shirt up to wipe the sweat from his face, as a trace of sadness appeared in his brows. Americans were giving them less and less nutrient supply. From the beginning, they were barely full, but now, they were only half full most of the time. With 500 kilograms to complete in the afternoon, he didn't know how long he could survive if the situation continued. Do you need to ask that question? The man called Old Wu replied without hesitation. He looked to the few USN soldiers scattered around the empty ground with hatred in his eyes, but as well as a stubborn pride. When did our general accept losses? Not to mention in the hands of white foreigners. Wang Fuqing inserted the empty tube of the nutrient supply on the ground. As if he was holding a dagger, he grasped the tube tightly and seemed to be deep in thought. Unlike these colonists, he was a soldier in the colony. Had it not been for the fact that the bullet, which penetrated the kinetic skeleton, got stuck in his ribs, he would have died in Outpost Town. The reason why he survived was all because of luck. He had been thinking of revenging his dead comrades every single second. He thought about revolting with the Chinese survivors in Panama, but these Americans were well equipped. Last time, someone started a riot in the concentration camp, but before the riot spread, he was killed by a patrolling drone. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the black spot that loomed on the horizon. His brows furrowed slightly, and when he wanted to look more closely, his pupils suddenly dilated, and there was a hint of ecstasy. A name suddenly came to his mind. NAC Expeditionary Force. The black spot was gradually approaching them, but for the people in the port area, it still looked blurry because of the distance. The slaves that sat in the corner, biting on the nutrient supply also began to notice the situation on the horizon. They stretched their necks forward and looked to the horizon. They wanted to stand up, but because of the guns pointed at them, they were forced to remain seated. *T, what's the matter with that thing? Jeff cursed out, turned around anxiously, and looked to Herbert. We must report the situation to the base. Calm down, my friend, Herbert tried to reassure him. If something really happened, the people at the base must already know. Don't forget, the radar can see farther than our eyes. Well, that does make sense. The person over there, what are you doing? Without any warning, a Chinese slave who had been squatting on the ground suddenly got up. Taking advantage of the fact that the USN soldier next to him was distracted by the black dot on the horizon, Wang Fuqing hooked the soldier's neck with one hand, and with his other hand, he grabbed the dagger on his shoulder and stabbed down. Ah! The sound of the gushing blood drowned the tragic howl, and Wang Fuqing successfully snatched the rifle in his hand. When Jeff saw the death of his comrade, he immediately grabbed his rifle and fired at the rebelling slave. But he didn't manage to hit Wang Fuqing. Instead, he killed and injured the slave next to Wang Fuqing. When the slaves on the ground saw the murder take place, some stood up and fled, some brave ones grabbed weapons from the soldiers' hands. There were not only Chinese survivors that joined the riot, but also South American survivors. Wang Fuqing hid behind cover, fired a few shots at the USN soldiers. When the situation turned more chaotic, he roared at the top of his lung in his broken English to the slaves. Chinese brothers. Comrades from South America. All the enslaved people. The NAC Expeditionary Force is here, and within half an hour, these fools will be crushed by the soles of our power armors. Before being rescued, we must stand up and show our general that we still have the courage worthy to be saved. The angry shout reverberated in the empty square, and more gunshots responded to his call. Several slaves were shot and collapsed in a pool of blood. However, more slaves rose up. They picked up bricks and steel pipes and rushed to the soldier closest to them. For freedom. Fight! Ahahaha. The riot began. The slave who took the rifle from the USN soldier followed Wang Fuqing's example and hid behind cover while he returned fire at the remaining USN soldiers. In a position slightly further away, Jeff pressed down his trigger and fired into the crowd. Many people fell, but even more people rushed forward. After his 30 rounds of bullets were emptied, he hurriedly reached for the magazine on his waist. Just as he was about to finish the reload, the slaves with their bricks and bars already got close to him. Even with the kinetic skeleton's ability to defeat 10 people at once, the sheer number of slaves simply overwhelmed him. He sent a few blows with his gunstock, and blood splattered everywhere. At least 5 slaves' heads were smashed open, but his neck was quickly strangled from behind. Just as he was struggling to break free, a South American with a black face screamed and smashed a pipe down on his head. The steel bar was bent, and the eyepiece on his helmet shattered. In his agonized scream, his forehead was directly whipped by a steel bar, and he collapsed right into the arms of the person behind him. Before he lost consciousness, he saw with the last light that Herbert, who stood a little further away, was rushing to rescue him. However, before he made it halfway, several bullets hit him in the chest. The final shot hit him directly in the skull and downed him. Not far away, a soldier climbed onto the SUV and desperately reached for the heavy machine gun on the roof. However, as soon as his hand touched the handle, his heel was grabbed by a few muscular guys, and he was beaten down. The roars of shouting and killing resounded at the entrance of the port area, and the scene was chaotic. 500 slaves rioted, at least 50 people were killed on the spot, and there were countless people wounded. The slaves paid a heavy price, but they achieved an incredible victory. Under the leadership of Wang Fuqing, 12 USN soldiers were killed on the spot. The soldier with the rank of captain engraved on his arm was pierced through the chest by the angry survivors and hung at the entrance of the port area. Amidst the cheers of victory, airship order arrived slowly from the horizon. When the Chinese survivors saw the flag on the airship clearly, they burst into enthusiastic cheers, took off their shirts, and waved them above their heads like flags. Those South American survivors instead looked at AS order with a hint of fear. It was the first time they saw a steel airship that could float in the sky. The muzzle in his hand slowly lowered, and Wang Fuqing stepped on Jeff's chest with one foot and looked up at the towering steel airship with reverence. As he watched the platform that was slowly descending, as well as the Tiger II parked on the platform, he muttered to himself. Expeditionary Army. I was right, it's our Expeditionary Army. Our general did not abandon us. When slaves rioted at the entrance of the port area, USN's concentration camp in Panama was also in a serious crisis. The hunters who infiltrated the concentration camp paralyzed the base radar station and immediately split into 2 groups. One group went to the airport, and the other group infiltrated the concentration camp next to the military base, successfully inciting the Chinese survivors to uprise. A rifle and a bundle of magazines were delivered to every survivor who was determined to resist. When the USN logistics were distributing nutrient supply to the slaves in the concentration camp, the hunters lurking inside found the perfect opportunity. The explosives buried at the door blew up the logistics company truck. The soldiers on the sentry tower were just accessing the situation before a few bullets hit them in the chest and knocked them down from the tower. Immediately, gunshots resounded throughout the camp. The revolt quickly spread from a few rooms in the corner of the concentration camp to the majority of the military base. In order to suppress these insurgents, the commander of the base had to isolate the entire south side of the base and dispatched the Power Armor Company and even armored vehicles to the base. However, what surprised all the USN soldiers was that the insurgents not only had light weapons such as rifles and pistols, but they even had weapons like rocket launchers and grenade launchers. Explosions flickered in every corner of the base. Although these well-trained soldiers had the upper hand in tactics and equipment, the gap in numbers between the two sides directly wiped out the advantage. A flying rocket directly hit the power module, and the armored vehicle that was blocking the intersection and unleashing its fearsome firepower was instantly turned into a ball of burning scrap iron. The soldiers who were crouching around ran in different directions desperately, and it didn't take long for the nuclear fusion core of the vehicle to explode, and the shock wave of the explosion almost destroyed the concrete tower next to it. K, where did these monkeys get weapons? Captain Nance pulled down the trigger desperately, then he freed his left hand and gestured to his comrades behind him to flank from the side. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that a black figure had overshadowed the entire area. He raised his head subconsciously, and when he saw the towering steel airship, he was completely stunned. Countless vortex engines lit up the sky with eerie blue light, and the immeasurable amount of deadly power armors descended towards the USN military base like droplets of rain. All the anti-aircraft guns were pointed towards the sky, as they vented fierce firepower at the huge monster that suddenly emerged from the clouds. The orange bullets weaved into a sparse ammunition net in the air, but they could only create countless milky ripples on the expanded nitrogen shield in vain. The rifle in Captain Nance's hand was slowly lowered, along with his last bit of courage to resist. The explosion from all directions almost turned him deaf. As he stared up at the sky decorated by weapons, his chapped lips opened and closed as he murmured the same sentence repeatedly. "This is impossible. This is impossible." It was the voice in the head of every USN soldier who was still resisting. Although the news of the USS Obama sinking reached here as early as 2 days ago, it was strictly controlled in the headquarters by the senior military officers of the base. They couldn't believe this airship was able to break through F-79's pursuit and flew all the way here from California. This must a dream. A nightmare. It didn't take long for the air defense firepower to be shut down by the hunters who infiltrated the military base. As for the 14 F-79s that escaped the shipwreck, they didn't even have a chance to take off. Before the revolt began, they had been paralyzed by the hunters with the virus written by Lilith. The star-spangled flag that hung on top of the headquarters building was burning in a blazing fire. When it burned out, the NAC power armor that rushed into the command building also happened to break through USN's defenses. He raised the NAC flag on the roof. On the deck of AS Order, Li Wang looked at the military base dotted with fire from a distance, and his tense muscles relaxed. The corners of his mouth finally turned up as he revealed a triumphant smile. The flag of the NAC flew high, and the last bit of USN resistance was also extinguished. The freed slaves raised their rifle above their heads, shouted the general's name, and celebrated this great victory. Originally, Sean planned to sink into the depth of the Pacific Ocean with the USS Obama, but the moment when that cargo ship was tossed against the deck of the aircraft carrier by the howling hurricane, fear ultimately prevailed. People were afraid of death after all. If he asked himself about the dream of reviving the United States, his desire for power still outweighed his pure belief. After the desperate attempt by the presidential guards, Sean narrowly evacuated to the bottom of the cabin. Before the USS Obama sunk, he got into the submersible and evacuated with several Congress members of the same party. Curled up in the submersible, he carefully calculated his future. Panama was definitely not a place where he could go. The USN fleet was destroyed by the weather weapons. The next stop of NAC had to be the concentration camp in Panama. Originally, he planned to go to Boston, the sacred place of revolution for the 13 colonies, on the East Coast. He could gather like-minded allies to look for opportunities for a comeback. However, their submersible had not traveled for dozens of nautical miles before it was captured halfway by Beluga Station's submarine. There was not much to say about what happened next. It didn't take long for him to be sent to Outpost Town by a Beluga Station cargo ship, together with other captives rescued along the way. Sean, who stood among the prisoners of war, looked at the man in his early 20s as his face turned into a ghostly white. He felt a chill down his spine. Although it was the first time he saw the fabled NAC general, he had long heard of his tales. Until 2 days ago, he was still dismissive of these rumors as he thought the so-called general was just a wannabe of the old world. As for now, his insignificant conceit had long since sunk into the trenches under the Pacific Ocean with the USS Obama. Just as Sean looked at Jiang Chen also examined him with interest. After Jiang Chen retrieved the image records stored in Zhou Guoping's chip, he had already met the legendary American president on the computer. To talk about the difference between the real person and the holographic image, it was that in the eyes that were avoiding his eye contact, the pride and arrogance had disappeared, only panic and fear were left behind. Mr. President. Sean swallowed down the dry lump in his throat, then tried to squeeze out a smile that was no better than crying with his tense muscles. He stuttered, No, not at all. I heard that you are going to hang me on the mast of the USS Obama. Jiang Chen joked as he looked at the panicking Sean. He heard this sentence from Zhou Guoping in a speech to voters. Mr. President seemed to make similar rhetoric frequently. Jiang Chen just picked one and repeated it. He didn't expect to directly scare the president even more, he was even afraid to breath out loudly. Sean swallowed down another dry lump and started to tremble. However, he had still put on a flattering smile. Those are all misinformation, absolutely nothing like that happened. Your subordinates must have heard it wrong. Jiang Chen glanced at him with a mischievous smile, then finally looked at the Beluga Station captain, and pointed at the group of slaves. Give me a price for these people. Since the NAC general was negotiating, the captain was afraid to provide the previously quoted price of 50 credits per person. After he hesitated for a moment, he took a middle number and cautiously said, 30 credits per person. 30 credits, slightly higher than the expected price, but not much higher. 278 people, 8,100 credits. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at the port worker next to him. Pay him. Find a few containers for these salves. Panama's battle should be over soon. Once Li Wang brings our colonists home, we'll send them there. After Jiang Chen finished this sentence, he left the Americans with grim expressions and exited the area. An endless amount of work was waiting for them. Until death, they would work under the supervision of those who had been oppressed by them. After the USN trouble was resolved, Jiang Chen spent a rare weekend of peace in North America. Outpost Town that had restored order was like a magnet in the ruins. An endless stream of merchant fleets soon gathered here again. When they saw the familiar flag and the familiar goods in the warehouse, all transactions proceeded as before, as if nothing had happened to this place. During this relaxing week, Jiang Chen, at the invitation of the two leaders, Paul Revere and Brian Eddy, took the time to visit Liberty City and Steel City respectively, and received a warm welcome in both cities. Perhaps because the two sides reached an agreement on the climate issue, the attitudes of the two major West Coast native survivor forces towards Outpost Town and NAC were not as tense as they were initially. In addition to trade, the two sides had also reached agreements on issues such as the elimination of predators and the elimination of mutated human tribes. As for the specific details of these agreements, Jiang Chen left them to Zhou Guoping. After all, he was the governor of the colony and Jiang Chen had to return to Wanhai in a few days. At noon on the 8th day, the figure of A.S. order appeared on the horizon of the west coast. 2 cargo ships followed far behind the steel airship, and the colonists stood on the deck, cheering or crying toward the west coast. During this month, they suffered humiliation. Many people died in Central America, and less than half of them returned home. The suffering they experienced in the past month had finally ended. At the colony's port, Jiang Chen saw the triumphant Li Wang. Jiang Chen first praised the glorious achievements of a group of soldiers in Panama, and then he stood on the lift of the port and gave a heartfelt condolences speech to the colonists who had returned home. After he finished all of these tasks, he instructed Zhou Guoping to settle these poor and unfortunate people, then return to the colony headquarters with Li Wang and others. As for the victory celebration, the award ceremony, and the like, would be carried out at the square in 6th Street based on tradition. In addition to our people, there are about 20,000 South American survivors. We got their help when we attacked the USN Panama base. I would like to ask your thought on how should we handle this situation. Li Wang asked Jiang Chen. The Panama base can be kept. Jiang Chen looked at the world map on the wall. It's also very important to us. It's the gateway between the west and east coast. Our next goal is the east coast. Li Wang asked. Let's talk about that later, we should finish what's on our plate first. Jiang Chen laughed, we haven't digested the west coast yet. If we join the fun on the east coast, more likely than not, we will get into more troubles again. The two looked at each other and laughed together. After a pause, Jiang Chen glanced at the world map and said seemingly nonchalantly. After I go back, I plan to push army reform. Is it the advice of Chief of Staff Han? Li Wang carefully asked. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. With the expansion of territory and the increase of the population base, the NAC military government had now amassed more than 100,000 troops. The current army establishment of the NAC was no longer suitable for its size, and reform was imperative. In fact, as early as the end of last year, Han Junhua had suggested this to Jiang Chen and even designed the reform plan, but it was not implemented for various reasons. By the time he returned to Wanghai, it was time to push forward the long-delayed reform. At the colony's port. Under the escort of 2 warships, 10 cargo ships loaded with containers slowly approached ashore. In these containers, in addition to the canned luncheon meat, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits produced in the Garden of Edens, there were also some industrial products produced at the 6th Street. These things would be exchanged for crystals, mutant furs, and even blondes that would be shipped back to the 6th Street. At the port, Han Yu commanded the slaves under him to unload boxes of goods from the ships. As he looked at the slaves who were busy in the port, and the newly appointed overseers that swung their whips and listened to his order, he felt surreal. How did I, a security guard from a Wanghai bank, become the NAC North America Colony Human Resource Director of Slave? Han Yu thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't come up with an answer. In the end, he attributed the answer to luck. Of all the colonists, he was the only one who escaped from the Black Skull gang. Although he was caught by the predators of the airport gang, he was lucky enough to run into the general. He also happened to do well when he repaired the airport, and now that the number of slaves skyrocketed in the colony, he replaced the former director that died in the concentration camp. Just as Han Yu looked at the direction of the port in a trance, his deputy trotted over and respectfully handed a signed document to him. Director, today's loading and unloading tasks have been completed. This is the signature of the Port Affairs Office. Please review. Well, Han Yu nodded, took the document, and glanced through it. I see. Then, he handed the document to the secretary behind him, and said, Can you go to the Human Resources Department in a moment and give it to Minister Wang's secretary? Yes. The secretary nodded quickly. A day's work was so simple that he couldn't believe it. In most cases, he didn't even need to go to the site in person. He could just sit in the office, drink tea, flip through the newspaper, and wait for the slaves to finish their work. He would then seal the document to the Secretary's Office of the Human Resources Department, then his work for the day was complete. And these trivial things could be done by his deputy and his secretary. Back at the office, Han Yu boiled a pot of water and threw a few tea leaves from the Garden of Eden into the kettle. As soon as he was about to open the newspaper to see what big news was happening at the 6th Street, a phone call came. Han Yu cleared his throat, then pressed the connect button. Hello. It's me, Wei. Wei. Han Yu was slightly taken aback, then he responded in joy, Zhongwei. Why are you, oh my God, I finally found you. A relieved voice came from the other end of the phone, and then Song Zhongwei asked with concern, what happened to you? I heard something happened in the colony. Yeah, but I couldn't get through your phone. I went to the Colonial Registration Office to inquire, and those people didn't give me an answer. Don't mention it, something small happened, but fortunately, our general took care of it. Han Yu smiled bitterly. The communication in North America was only restored recently, and my EP was repaired at Chinatown yesterday. I've been thinking about when to call you, but my mind has also been messy these days, so, it's okay. Song Zhongwei laughed loudly, you still owe me 120 credits and a meal. I will remember. Han Yu couldn't stop chuckling when he heard his friend's voice. When you come to North America, I will pay you back 10 times. Oh, okay, you're doing well. Song Zhongwei asked in surprise. Well, you can say that. I'm now a full-time official and I'm the director of Slave of the Colony Human Resources Department. Han Yu grinned, if you come here, you can work with me. What do you think? Holy foo *k. You became a director in 2 months. Song Zhongwei envied, you're too lucky. In the local administrative system of the military government, director was a senior ranking. The monthly salary of 100 credits and the monthly special supplies were enough to envy countless others. The fact that it was the Human Resources Department made the role even more enticing. With thousands of laborers under his command, any other departments had to establish a good relationship with him. Song Zhongwei thought of this and couldn't help but be emotional. This colony was called the Land of Opportunity for a reason. Among all the rumors about the colony, Han Yu's story was not the only one, and Song Zhongwei was also not the only one surprised. After the Battle of Panama, the survivors who were still alive in the concentration camp were safely returned to the fortress in Outpost Town by the expeditionary force. However, for the colony, the problem was far from over. Many people died in the concentration camp, which resulted in a serious shortage of administrative posts. In order to fix the paralyzed administrative system, many inexperienced people were quickly promoted. These real-life examples were precisely what made the name Land of Opportunity even more mystifying. And it was something Zhou Guoping, who made the decision, did not expect. It was not until a few months later that Zhou Guoping concluded this point in a meeting with the leaders of the department where they saw the number of immigrants that far exceeded their expectations, as well as the continuous increase in investment and trade. Of course, this was after the fact. The military camp under AS order was just as lively as the port. Boxes of packed arms and supplies were being transported into the airship by the lift along with the Tiger IIs. The technical data of the NS-90 and F-79 had been completely analyzed. With all the glories and spoils, the expeditionary force was set to return tomorrow. Jiang Chen sent Lilith back to the modern world first, and along the way, he also copied the files to future military server. The production line could be solved with industrial-grade 3D printers. This kind of robotic soldier controlled by AI would be a deadly force in any world. As long as the shell was applied with a heat-resistant coating, the robot soldier could even be airdropped from low orbit. In some cases, they could even perform better than Celestial Trade's Orbital Airborne Brigade. After all, there was no need to worry about casualties. The next morning, it was finally time to set off. Zhou Guoping and a group of officials stood at the gate of the military camp as they bid farewell to Jiang Chen. Work hard here. If anything happens next time, remember to report to the general's mansion immediately. Don't just think about taking everything by yourself. When did I ever treat those with merits poorly? Without much nonsense, Jiang Chen patted Zhou Guoping on the shoulder and jokingly lectured him. Yes. Zhou Guoping nodded repeatedly. There was nothing more to instruct, and when Jiang Chen saw that it was getting late, he was ready to leave. Just then, a voice interrupted him. Wait. Wait. Hey, wait. When do you plan to take this thing off of me? Jessica pointed at the collar around her neck as she rushed to the entrance of the military base and shouted to Jiang Chen inside. Jessica was stopped by the soldiers at the entrance before she even touched the gate. When she saw the countless intimidating sights, as well as the raised muzzles, the momentum she had built up instantly faded. She took a few steps back, gulped reflexively, then looked at Jiang Chen nervously. We agreed, when everything is over, you would let me go. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Jiang Chen smiled and pressed his watch. Pang, a soft noise made Jessica jump. But it was not her head that fell on the ground, but the electronic collar that broke in two. She put her hands against her chest as she let out a few breaths of relief. This collar will be my gift to you, but don't thank me. Jiang Chen chuckled, also, be a changed person and don't become a predator again. I'll eventually get rid of all the predators on the West Coast. Regardless of whether she heard it or not, Jiang Chen finally bid farewell to Zhou Guoping and walked to the elevator. Because he was among the last group to board the airship, as soon as the platform ascended to the airship, the huge vortex engine began to slowly charge. In the colonists' waves of goodbye, this steel airship sailed towards the distant sea horizon. Although it was more time efficient to return by the aerospace plane, Jiang Chen chose to board the airship and attend the victory celebration in the 6th Street Square with the soldiers of the expeditionary force. On the one hand, he could enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way, and on the other hand, he could take advantage of this rare free time to think about the details of the army reform. On the deck, the guard captain, Zheng Shanhe, walked next to Jiang Chen, touched the back of his head, then grinned at the west coast that was slowly fading in the distance. I thought I would stay here. What? Do you want to stay here? Jiang Chen smiled, why didn't you tell me earlier? No. Zheng Shanhe shook his head quickly, but immediately realized that his attitude was not right, and then changed his words, I mean, I'll not hesitate when the general asks me to go anywhere. But if I can choose, I still want to stay by your side. It's useless to stay by my side, Jiang Chen laughed, you are willing to bend your talents in this position, but I'm not willing to keep all the talents as my personal guards. Not at all. General, you don't know how many people want to get in but can't get in. Zheng Shanhe laughed along. Of course, I know. Let's not talk about this, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, and then in a casual conversational tone, said, the situation in North America is different from Hongqing and Shanghai, so our strategic focus is naturally different. The strategic focus remains in Pan-Asia, and there is no need to keep a large standing army in North America. In a colony of less than 40,000, the number of legal citizens of NAC was less than 3,000. With no plan to control the area, NAC did not need to deploy so many soldiers in North America. I see. Zheng Shanhe's expression showed a hint of realization. After he heard Jiang Chen mention strategic focus, he thought about it and immediately understood. As for you, I have other arrangements for you. After a pause, Jiang Chen smiled, as for the specific arrangements, you will know when you get back. The voyage that spanned a week quickly came to an end. Time had quietly passed through October and entered the freezing November. The climate guidance function of the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center was still being adjusted, so the Pan-Asian winter this year was still as cold as previous years. The feather-like snow erased the boundary between the sky and ground, and connected everything into a vast expanse of whiteness. After the snow passed and the sky cleared, the white ground was as dazzling as a mirror. But even if the temperature dropped, it did not impact the survivors in Wanhai. The snowflakes fell in the air and slid down an invisible arc. The expanded holy shield blocked the heavy snow and the permeating cold away from Wanhai. Although it was not as warm as spring, at least it was much better compared to the frigidness of previous winters. As A.S. order approached, the holy shield slowly opened a circular passage to welcome the return of the heroes. In the 6th Street, the expeditionary force's victorious return was warmly welcomed by the citizens of NAC. As in previous ceremonies, the high-spirited soldiers passed through the main road of the 6th Street and stopped in the central square. On the podium, Jiang Chen awarded the new knight's emblem and personally put the medal on each soldier. The 6th Street was spent in a festive atmosphere all day long. The second day after the celebration, with Jiang Chen's return, the NAC military government ushered in the largest reform since its establishment. The original 4 corps were upgraded to 4 army groups. The first army group was commanded by Cheng Weigua and stationed in Wanhai. The second army group, headed by Wang Xiaowu, was still deployed in Hongqing and Wu City areas to guard against the Northern Alliance area in the northwest. The commander of the third army group was Zhao Gang, stationed in Hangzhou. The commander of the 4th Army was still Lu Fan, stationed in Shangjing and guarded the PAC's northern territory. 150,000 army soldiers were divided into 10 divisions and each consisted of 5 brigades. There was no fixed number of combat units at the battalion level and above. Each battalion consisted of 360 infantries, and each company was made up of 120 combat units. In peacetime, the organization of divisions would not change. In wartime, each army group would adjust the number of brigades under its division-level combat units as needed. And the number of divisions under each army group, the number of troops, the number of armored units, and the amount of support available would be dispatched by the Wanhai General Mansion, known as NAC General Command. On the surface, ranks were promoted, the division commanders were promoted to commanders, but in fact, the power of these commanders, who had long been overstaffed, had actually been reduced. This reform had strengthened the control of the general command over the local army groups, and at the same time emphasized the role of military staff in the command system. For example, if there was a war in Shangjing, and some Russian stragglers also fled from the Siberian wasteland into NAC territory, the military staff would decide the number of divisions sent to the 4th Army Group and the number of tanks and fighters for reinforcements. As for how the battle had to be fought, each army group had the ability to make decisions. Unless they were in an absolute advantage, the general command would no longer take over the battlefield command at will. The Hunter Corps responsible for cleaning the mutants outside the NAC was not within the scope of this reform. Special forces such as the Stalker Corps and the General Guards would not change. They would still retain their original structure and be under the direct control of the General Command. Among the 4 army commanders, 3 were Jiang Chen's old subordinates, 1 was a confidant from his guards, and with Jiang Chen's prestige in the army, the reform did not encounter any resistance. The transition was unexpectedly smooth. The army reform lasted till mid-November. During this time, Jiang Chen either traveled between the 6th Street and the Fishbone Base every day or stayed at the general's mansion. When he was busy, Yao Yao even prepared a lunch box for him and sent it to the general's mansion. In the past 2 weeks or so, even Jiang Chen himself was surprised at how much work he had done. As opposed to the effort, the returns brought by the army reform were also quite astonishing. The bloated departments had been streamlined, and the communication between each army group with the general command as the corps had been greatly strengthened. The reorganized NAC army was like a polished sword, ready to return to its former glory. The combat effectiveness could not be intuitively demonstrated for the time being, but at least in terms of military expenditure, the effect was quite evident. Based on the statistics provided by Wang Qing, the Minister of Logistics, the 4 major army groups after the reform had reduced their military budget by at least 13%. The newly enlisted soldiers had also been distributed to the division-level combat units, and each brigade was expanded, instead of before, where they were all waiting for order in the First Corps. In addition to the reform itself, Han Junhua, the chief of staff, also put forward a supporting proposal. With the expansion of the NAC territory, large-scale warfare would become less and less, while on the contrary, small-scale conflicts would intensify. Whether it was fighting against predators, mutants, cannibal tribes, there would only be many more channels for new officers to advance. And this led to another issue, that was, the requirements for the professional knowledge and skills of officers. If military merits were used as the only criterion for promotion, and the training of the officers themselves was ignored, no one could guarantee that officers competent for small-scale operations would be capable of large-scale battle. No one could ensure the promoted king of soldiers could become outstanding generals. After all, with the current development of the NAC, it was already difficult to meet a comparable opponent, and it was difficult to have conflicts that required a division of force, let alone combat at the army group scale. There were fewer and fewer opportunities to train senior officers in actual combat. As a result, it could lead to the situation that talent among the senior officers would vary wildly. Some would be extraordinary, while some would be incapable. To solve this problem, Han Junhua's solution was also very simple. It was time to create a military academy. Since these officers could not be trained in actual combat, then at least they would be trained with theory. I have discussed with Chu Nan and plan to rebuild a university on the original site of Wanghai University, which will consist of 5 military academies and an engineering college. As Jiang Chen spoke, he pulled out a document from the drawer and threw it onto the table, then he looked at Jiang Shanhe, who stood in front of the desk, smiled, and said, "From tomorrow onwards, you can go report at the 6th Street. How can I teach students with my ability?" Jiang Shanhe was stunned when he heard his new arrangement, and hurriedly said, "I can fight no problem, but to teach, I'm not asking you to be a teacher, I'm asking you to be the vice-chancellor. Don't worry, there are people from the theoretical school that can do the teaching." Jiang Chen waved his hand to comfort Jiang Shanhe. "Your job is very simple, to focus on the ideological education of the students, as well as perform military management in the military academies." The theoretical school Jiang Chen referred to were naturally those Pan-Asia cooperation officers and professors from military academies from before the war. It was a bit difficult to get these people to serve in the military government system, but they could certainly shine in the education system. "Well, who is the chancellor?" When Jiang Shanhe saw that Jiang Chen had no plans to change his mind, he smiled bitterly and accepted the arrangement. Although it was not Jiang Shanhe's ambition to leave the army for education, for him as the captain guard, the command of the general was absolute. "The chancellor? Is it necessary to ask?" Jiang Chen smiled, and pointed to himself in Jiang Shanhe's surprised eyes. "Of course that'll be me." Since it was a crucial position, of course, he had to have firm control over it. Even if he didn't plan to do anything and would leave the work to the vice-chancellor and deans. As the general, he had to be named as the chancellor. After all, this place would become the talent training base for the NAC military government in the future, and its influence on the entire NAC system was self-evident. Even if he didn't consider any of these factors, in the future, if half of the officers in the NAC military system were his students, it would be a fact he could proudly brag about. After Jiang Shanhe learned that the chancellor was Jiang Chen, the last bit of reluctance in his mind also disappeared. He thumped his chest with his right fist and gave a military salute to Jiang Chen. He then left the office, satisfied with his arrangement. Although it was a bit regretful to leave the military system, at least he was not marginalized. From the selection of the chancellor, it was evident the emphasis the general placed on the military school. Even though the position of the vice-chancellor gave him many regrets, if he performed well in this position, there would still be plenty of opportunities for promotion. It was just that Jiang Shanhe had yet to realize how painful it would be to work for a boss that never showed up to work. After he officially took office, he would find that the so-called chancellor would just give a speech at the opening ceremony. As for how the entire school would be run, what had to be done, and how differing opinions between professors would be settled. These issues that should have belonged to the chancellor would be all dumped onto the plate of the vice-chancellor. Of course, that would be another story. In the blink of an eye, it's already November. Jiang Chen lied in the bed as he held on to the warmth in his arms. He looked out the window that was still murky and let out a soft sigh. It was the end of September when he came, and 2 months had just passed by. Jiang Chen, who had finally got off of his busy schedule, did not feel how fast time passed. Yeah, it's been so long since you've been back here, and you haven't stayed at home for a few days. A few strands of her hair gently covered the flush on her cheeks, and Sun Jiao put her head against Jiang Chen's chest, then bit his shoulder as she quietly complained, "You're going to leave again in a few days, right? Have I said that?" Jiang Chen smiled and touched Sun Jiao's hair. "Besides, Lin Lin's research will soon have conclusive results. I will take you there when the time comes." "What about here?" Sun Jiao looked to Jiang Chen. "Yeah, what about here?" Jiang Chen was in deep thought. He had not thought about this question before. If he could take all his beloved people to another world, then would it be necessary for this world to exist? He had unearthed almost all the technology, and the modern world that inherited the past of Gaia would only have more potential. Even if there were technologies yet to be discovered, it would only be a matter of time before they appeared with the support of advanced scientific theories. But it would be a pity to just let this world go. "You haven't thought about it?" Sun Jiao carefully examined Jiang Chen's face, and the corners of her lips turned up. It was her favorite expression of Jiang Chen. From her perspective, while Jiang Chen was in deep thought, he possessed a special attraction to her. Jiang Chen sighed, smiled, and said, "I really didn't think about it. Would you like to have an heir for me? I will pass the position of general to him. Want to make me pregnant?" Sun Jiao raised her eyebrows teasingly and rubbed her finger against Jiang Chen's chin, "Then you have to work hard." The birds on the branches outside the window dispersed and only left the swaying branches. The gasps interrupted the soft-spoken love words, the dripping sweat, and morning dew soaked the sheets together. Maybe she was disturbed by the movements of the two. Xiaoro, who was asleep on the side, scrunched her nose and her bright red mouth opened and closed. Then, her delicate body curled up under the quilt and turned over gently. Whether it was her expression or her action, all were extremely similar to her sister. Perhaps, she was also having a beautiful dream. Good news came from the distant Kuiper Belt. After more than half a year of voyage, the first Envoy-class starship from Earth, SS Origin, traveled nearly 30 astronomical units and finally arrived at the edge of the solar system, the Kuiper Belt. There is also a hypothesis that the edge of the solar system is Otter Cloud. Even for light, this span would take more than 4 hours to finish. The feat to pilot a million-ton starship to the Kuiper Belt would definitely go down in the history of manned spaceflight and recorded in the history of Earth civilization. However, after the countless firsts celestial trade had already achieved, these titles almost people feel numb. Unlike the astronauts and officers from all over the world, the astronauts and officers from XIN on SS Origin, well, they were actually no different than anyone else. After all, when they personally pushed forward history, even the crew from XIN was quite thrilled. The day before they arrived in the Kuiper Belt, they grabbed the champagne from the fridge, took out the roasted chicken from the oven, and held a celebration party in the cafeteria. They partied late into the night, and for the first time in a while, they did not follow the strict resting schedule on the ship. But the next day, when they got up, everyone walked to their posts even more energetically, and people did not show any sluggishness at all. No one dozed off or felt tired because they knew very well that today was an important day. Their compatriots 30 astronomical units away eagerly waited for their good news. Everyone had the same opportunity to be interviewed. Everyone hoped that they would appear in front camera as their best self. After the ship had completed the final deceleration step, SS Origin, which orbited smoothly along the edge of the Kuiper Belt, unfolded the quantum communication antenna on top, got in touch with the Aerospace Command Center in Celestial City, and presented this great moment to the media around the world. Ice, ice, and more ice. Just as we had observed, the water resources here are quite abundant. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you can never imagine that a tuft of ice that is about the size of the moon is just floating beside you. Speaking of which, I'll definitely drink the ice from the beginning of the solar system if the gamma value is okay. Not only ice, but there are also a large number of asteroids. The minerality is currently unknown. Our prospecting robot has just landed on one of the asteroids. Ideally, we can use the ore here to build outposts, docks, and even fortresses. No matter where our guests are from, they have to slow down here if they don't want to miss us. Look over there. Look at where I'm pointing. Well, you may not be able to see it clearly, but we will make the video public in 2 days. In short, just half a minute ago, our probe planted the flag of the Earth Defense Alliance on that asteroid. As the camera lens cut to a different shot, people of different nationalities, skin colors, cultures, and beliefs appeared in front of the camera one after another. They all shared the same joy and amazement at this moment in regards to the distant blue planet. All the emotions spread to every corner of the world through wireless transmission, and in the eyes of people in front of the TV, in addition to joy and amazement, there were envisioning and imaginations for the future. Once upon a time, when people heard the news of an imminent invasion of the Harmony civilization, they were so desperate. Some people even sold their cars and houses, even took out huge loans, just to purchase from different escape funds a ticket that they didn't know where it led to. The flag of the Earth Defense Alliance is swaying at the frontiers of the solar system, and the captain will make a speech to the world on behalf of the crew. Xinhua News Agency, the door to a new era has been opened, and our civilization is moving towards a great era. Moscow News, the development of space technology has turned space travel from unattainable words to the norm. From the earliest space elevator to the current Envoy-class starship, our range has also expanded from the Moon to Mars, and to the present-day Kuiper Belt. What else can we not conquer? Human creativity is destined to stand at the top of the food chain, and one day in the future, we will also stand at the top of the ecological chain of the universe. Xin Daily. These were not the sentiments shared only among the member states of the Earth Defense Alliance. The British Times even issued the term, "Hope for all mankind," to the Earth Defense Alliance. Prior to this, most Western media regarded the Earth Defense Alliance as a scourge that wanted to create another Cold War in the new century. Even if they made the occasional neutral comments, it was rare to see such explicit praises. Not only in traditional media but also on the internet, there were overwhelming reports on SS Origin that sparked worldwide discussion. Based on Google search engine statistics, Origin, and Earth Defense Alliance reached top 10 in search popularity in just 24 hours. On the official website of Celestial Trade, the video sent back to Earth through quantum communication technology was first published on the page for SS Origin. In less than half an hour, the video's download reached more than 100,000 times and appeared on major streaming sites around the world. For example, the re-uploaded video of SS Origin arriving at the Kuiper Belt, accompanied by the countless comment barrage from the audience, fully expressed the audience's enthusiasm. "I'm impressed. I haven't been impressed by anything else in my life. Mom asked me why I'm typing this comment while kneeling on the ground. Holy! Celestial trade is ridiculous." "What do you mean celestial trade?" "This time it is the Earth Defense Alliance. Every member state shares the same credit. Come on, without celestial trade, can they send so many people to the Kuiper Belt? Even if there are another 20 member states, I doubt they'd be able to do it. Without celestial trade, I don't think they can even send people to Mars." In my lifetime, the plot of the prequel to The Edge of the Galaxy has unexpectedly unfolded in front of my eyes. I want to drink the water from 5 billion years ago. Will I evolve and gain special abilities? For example, the force of the universe. XD. When Jiang Chen returned to the modern world, it was already mid-December. He spent a whole month with Sun Jiao, Yao Yao, Xiao, and Lin Lin. It was precisely because of this that he regrettably missed this world-renowned event, but from the newspaper kept by Aisha, he learned that Origin successfully reached the edge of the solar system and caused a global sensation. Just when Jiang Chen returned to this world, the UA election also entered the most intense phase. After countless TV debates and campaign speeches, two battle-tested candidates finally stood in the final arena. This election would determine the fate of the UA, and at the same time, to a certain extent, the fate of the world. Left or right? Forward or backward? The people of the UA had been thinking about these two issues for an entire year. It was a sunny and lively day on the beach at northern Coral Island. It was the third week of December, and Christmas would arrive in a few days. The commercial street not far from the mansion had already set up a Christmas tree early and decorated the street with red ribbons. Girls in red cotton skirts distributed leaflets in the street to warm up the upcoming sales. New Year's Day would be a few days after that. The red ribbons would then be replaced by red lanterns, the red cotton skirts would be replaced by cool cheongsams, while the evergreen trees would stay there unchanged. It was a unique heritage in Xin to celebrate Christmas and New Year's Day together. Because it was Sunday, neither Xia Xiyu nor Natasha had to work. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen was dragged out of the door by two energetic women as they drove to the shopping district in the city center, where they went on a shopping spree. Jiang Chen, who was in the passenger seat, looked at the countless bags of clothes and handbags and rolled his eyes at the mirror. Why didn't you guys go buy stuff when I am away? What's the point if you're not here? Natasha glared at Jiang Chen, then raised an eyebrow and said in a flirtatious tone, "Okay, don't frown. I bought 2 new pieces of lingerie, I'll put it on for you when I get home. I can help you change into it." With a smirk, Jiang Chen glanced at the shirt that was fully supported by her chest. Natasha, instead of being shy, straightened her chest defiantly. "Okay, you said it." Ahem. Xia Xiyu, with her arms folded, blushed and dry coughed loudly, then she rolled her eyes at the two. She seemed to blame the two for talking about such a shameful topic in broad daylight, and it destroyed the atmosphere of a family shopping trip. As Aisha listened to the two bicker, she smiled gently. In those days when Jiang Chen was away, the house was always quiet, whether it was dinner or nighttime, it seemed like something was missing. Although she did enjoy the quietness, deep down, she liked this atmosphere more. When they returned home carrying shopping bags of different sizes, it was already evening. Not beyond Jiang Chen's expectation, Aisha brought the most trophies home. This little one, like before, enjoyed different fashions. However, she always felt embarrassed about it when she saw something she liked. Every time Jiang Chen saw her expression, he couldn't help but pull out his credit card voluntarily. The final result was that the clothes and handbags the 4 people bought all afternoon almost couldn't fit in one car. On the contrary, Jiang Chen, who worked the most, bought only a belt and 2 pairs of leather shoes. With a small mountain-like shopping bag stack, he facepalmed hard. The good thing was that he had a successful business, otherwise, it would be difficult to afford everything. On the way, Jiang Chen considered using the storage dimension more than once to solve these troubles, but with Natasha there, he had no choice but to help the girls carry the bags home. As soon as they got home, Natasha rushed into her bedroom with her shopping bags. When she went upstairs, she squeezed her eyebrows at Jiang Chen, as if she was suggesting those things that she had said in the car. Jiang Chen was really tempted to go up, but Xia Xiyu pulled him into the kitchen, so he had to give up on the idea. When Xia Xiyu, who was wearing an apron, took out the eggs from the refrigerator, Jiang Chen glanced at her, unexpecting of this appearance. "You can cook too. When did you learn?" "I know how to cook." "Okay," Xia Xiyu glared at Jiang Chen. She skillfully chopped the potatoes in her hands into fine slices, then swayed her ponytail. "It's not good to always make Aisha do the cooking. We discussed some time ago that Aisha will cook Monday to Wednesday," Natasha will cook her Russian stew from Thursday to Friday, and I will cook on the weekends. What the H*LL is a Russian stew? Jiang Chen was not convinced. He vaguely remembered that it seemed to be called borscht. Would you like to take a shift too? Her delicate chin raised up as she pointed with her chin to the schedule posted on the refrigerator, and giggled. In fact, cooking is quite interesting. Come on, I can only cook scrambled eggs with tomatoes, you know that. Jiang Chen grinned. You haven't improved at all. Ha, I have you guys, I can just eat. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed Xia Shiyu's apron, and he was quite intrigued. Huh? I remember this as Aisha's apron. You finally realized? Xia Shiyu shook the hem of her apron, pursed her lips as she smiled. Do you think it fits me? Well, the fit is a bit off. Jiang Chen touched his chin and seriously commented, well, the key is height. You are much taller than Aisha. Then do you like tall or petite? Can I say I like all? Jiang Chen said helplessly. I knew you would say that. Xia Shiyu responded peevishly, then she turned around to focus on cutting vegetables. But the subtle smile hidden in the turned-up corner of her mouth could not be hidden. After dinner, Jiang Chen opened a bottle of champagne, turned on the TV while he sat on the sofa. During the time he was away, this world was also in troubled times. For example, Nippon, Finland, and other countries joined the Earth Defense Alliance. The second negotiation after the civil war between North and South Colombia, and what was now being broadcasted on TV right now, the analysis by a commentator on the UA election and its ultimate impact. In the polls, we are leading for the time being. With a cup of steaming coffee, Xia Shiyu folded her arms in front of her chest, then sat next to Jiang Chen. She said, the B-City Consortium's public opinion tactic has done quite well, and supporting Mr. Joseph Kennedy in many states has become politically correct. It's useless to say that. Jiang Chen shook his head, and tapped his finger on the armrest of the sofa. The UA has the electoral college system. No matter how loud the red and blue camps on the East Coast and West Coast are, eventually it's still the few swing states that determine the outcome. That was what concerned Jiang Chen the most. If Joseph Kennedy rose to power, then according to his agreement with the B-City Consortium, the UA would unconditionally join the Earth Defense Alliance, and the East-West confrontation and new Cold War would be terminated before it escalated further. But if Trump came to power? While how global politics would shape out was still undetermined, he was certain that the probability for a potential conflict between the UA and celestial trade would at least double. I also thought about this issue, Xia Shiyu nodded, but at this stage, we did all we can do, we can only wait for the results. That's not true. Actually, we can help our allies based on the situation. As he moved his sight away from the TV, he looked to Xia Shiyu, smiled, and said, remember those astronauts detained in our Mars colony? Flights to and from Mars and Celestial City will be available by the end of the year, and we can let them start packing. At the cleaning warehouse of the Mars colony, Briss pushed a cart of mops and brooms into the warehouse, signed his name hastily on the tablet terminal, and locked the movable door of the warehouse. He had been doing janitorial work for some time. It was worth mentioning that celestial trade did not make him do any work. He applied for these jobs on his own. After all, in this environment, work became a kind of pastime. If there was nothing to do, despite the availability of entertainment facilities in the base, it would still drive people crazy. Since he was not allowed to touch anything sensitive, then he could only work in janitorial or catering roles. After he had lived on Mars for half a year, Briss had become accustomed to the life here. To be honest, his feelings towards this colony were rather complicated. He saw with his own eyes how this colony gradually regained its advantage from the attack of the devil worms and how it developed and grew tenaciously under harsh conditions. Admire? Maybe a bit. But Briss knew that he probably felt more awestruck. The more he learned, the more he realized how terrifying of an opponent his country faced. Even prehistoric species more than 3 billion years ago were not enough to defeat them. Even the barren Mars could not stop them from progressing. What else could really stop or threaten them? Briss had also paid close attention to the approaching general election. If possible, he hoped that Joseph Kennedy could win. As promised in the campaign pledge, he would push the UA to join the Earth Defense Alliance. Contrary to the views of the nationalists, he did not think it would be a compromise to the fact that the UA was losing its hegemony, but a compromise of history. After work, Briss was planning to go to the bar for a drink. Just then, the indicator light on his watch flashed. After a moment of pause, Briss took out the Bluetooth headset from his pocket and put it in his ear. "Hello. Come to my office." Without any nonsense, Hongzhou, the governor of the colony, said concisely. "How is the memory extraction work going?" "Very smoothly," Dr. Amos smiled. "We almost overcame the side effects, and I am going to apply to return to celestial trade very soon. There is a flight in 2 days, you can hitch a ride." Hongzhou smiled. Just now there was a knock on the door, and the two ended the topic simultaneously. "Then I will go now." Go ahead." Amos quickly picked up the documents on the desk, put them back in the sealed document bag, and walked to the door. The movable door slid open. Briss, who was walking in, passed by Dr. Amos who was heading out. Hongzhou looked at the UA astronaut in front of his desk with a smile, then he said. "How's it going? Are you getting used to life here after half a year?" "Getting used to it." Briss nodded and said helplessly, "I just feel homesick. Let me tell you some good news. Probably the day after tomorrow, the flight between Celestial City and the colony will officially commence. Although it is temporarily closed to the public, from the perspective of the friendship between the two countries, we have decided to let you board the ship first with your companions. You will be home soon." Briss processed the information for a moment, but quickly, an ecstatic look replaced his expression. "Is it true? We can go home in 2 days?" "Of course, it's true," Hongzhou smiled, "except for the person suspected of espionage that we can't release for the time being. All of you can go home. Go back and pack your things and get ready. I have to go and tell my companions the good news immediately." "Also, thank you," Briss said sincerely. "You're welcome, go now." Hongzhou smiled. Amy Kasim was a reporter for the Washington Post. SS Origin recently arrived in the Kuiper Belt, which created an earthquake in the UA. From the financial world to ordinary citizens, everyone was discussing the impact on the UA and the future of mankind. Following the trend and at the request of the editor-in-chief, Amy was currently writing a report on Origin and Celestial Trade's aerospace technology. Just as she was contemplating at the Word document in front of her, someone knocked on her door. "Come in." The door opened, and her immediate boss, editor-in-chief Wood, came in. "Stop all the work at hand, I have another more important job waiting for you to deal with." "I don't understand, what is more important than SS Origin?" Amy leaned back against the chair, took a sip of her coffee, and then said with her arms folded in front of her chest. "Of course it is the election." "Oh, God," Amy sighed exaggeratedly. "The entire media is covering this farce. Even if a certain candidate has a scandal with someone, we cannot attract more eyeballs with this. People are numb. Why don't you think about it again? The flights between Celestial City and Mars will commence by the end of the year, and the UA astronauts stranded on Mars are about to come home. The other thing is the diplomatic meeting between Joseph Kennedy and the Xi'an ambassador some time ago, and there have been many private exchanges. I want you to report on these two pieces together." Wood gestured as he put his fingers together. "Do you know what I mean?" "You mean," Amy frowned slightly, and then her eyes lit up. "Credit the astronauts' return home to Mr. Kennedy? Is the source reliable for the private exchange?" No, you got it wrong." After Wood stopped Amy's words, Wood stared at his top reporter's eyes, smiled, and emphasized it again. "Celestial Trade wants to give the credit to Joseph Kennedy, do you understand what I mean? Amy Kasim rolled her eyes and suddenly showed a look of realization. I understand what you mean. I trust you. When Wood saw his subordinate was so sensible, he did not say more and looked rather pleased. He patted her on the shoulder before he left the office. After he walked to a secluded place, Wood took a deep breath, took his phone out of his pocket, and dialed an unfamiliar number. The phone rang twice and soon someone picked up. I have finished our arrangement. The report will be written by Amy Kasim, our top reporter. I have done as you requested. Do you think? Don't be nervous, Mr. Wood. Through the phone, the person's hoarse voice carried a hint of lightness. I promise, as long as you do what we say, no one will know about your deal with Senator Davis. The magnificent city skyline made up of towering skyscrapers decorated the charming scenery of the East Coast. Whether it was Halloween or Christmas, whether it was sunny or snowing, the air here was always brisk. The modern girls in glamorous clothes sat inside luxury cars as they fixed their makeup. The elite white collars with their briefcases walked by hastily and always put their attention on their gold-rimmed watch. The scenes that happened here were no different than Wall Street 200 kilometers away. Although everyone in the country was cogs in a huge machine, the people who lived and worked here enjoyed the life that ordinary citizens simply could not imagine. Of course, it was not the luxury goods they wore, but the funds that flowed through here every day. If everything was converted into dollar bills, it was enough to be spread on every tile of every building on the whole street. Unlike the world-famous Wall Street, B-City Financial Street was quite low-key, just like B-City itself. If it was not for the few mentions of the city in movies, books and newspapers, even the people in this country would forget that capitalism was born in this very city. Of course, these were past events. Only one of the partners who conspired in the tea-pouring incident that year remained here. Located in the most secluded corner of this financial street, a line of concise English letters was hung in the most conspicuous position of the building for every white-collar worker who aspired to look over and pay respects. First National Bank of B-City, the heart of the Boston Consortium. This bank was founded in 1859, and after the merger with the Bank of Massachusetts in 1903, it was still called the First National Bank of B-City. As the earliest multinational bank in the UA, its growth history, to some extent, also reflected the rise of capitalism in the country. On the highest floor of the skyscraper, in the chairman's office, the old man with glasses picked up the newspaper on the table with his old and dry fingers. The newspaper in Loki's hands was B-City Financial Daily, and under the title was today's headline, SS Origin arrived in the Kuiper Belt, about our future. About our future. After he paused on the first line of the article for a very long time, he suddenly raised his head, and looked at Bernie Adams sitting on the sofa across from him. He smiled. My dear friend, what do you think? My opinion is actually the same as yours, otherwise our votes in the consortium meeting would not be so unanimous. Mr. Adams smiled, took a sip from his teacup. Where did you get this tea? The new farm I bought in Ceylon. It is said to be a gift from the East India Company in the early 19th century to Her Majesty the Queen. If you like it, I can give you some. Loki responded. No, just send me some seeds. The key to growing good tea is not only the seeds of the tea, but also the techniques, climate, and even the soil, Loki said. I did this experiment a long time ago. The same batch of seeds, part of it was planted in the farm in Ceylon, and part of it was planted in the back garden of my villa in Lexington. They were drastically different from both aroma and taste. Compared to the mainstream hobbies in the upper class such as wine tasting, equestrianism or golfing, Loki preferred to study tea craft and gardening. It was the one thing that his partner and friend despised the most. Adam made a helpless expression, put down the teacup in his hand, and said. Well, let's put the tea aside, you know I didn't come for this. I'm as anxious as you are, but now all we can do is to wait patiently. At this juncture, any extra measures may become superfluous. We have provided the best choice to the people, and now all we can do is to wait for them to cast the correct vote. As Loki spoke, he flipped the newspaper to the next page. The article was on origin and the prospects of the future of the space industry. He read this article for almost half an hour, not because of how profound the article was, but because he had been thinking about it recently. On the investment projects in the space sector, celestial trade had imposed countless barriers for European and American investors, while for the investment banks of the member states of the Earth Defense Alliance, they had loosened the policy that simply made the outsiders envious. Although European and American investors had won a lot of benefits for themselves through the WTO, compared to the few years after the space elevator was built, their market share in space development had been gradually overtaken by Xi'an and Xi'an's allies. The B-City Consortium had always supported the UA to join the Earth Defense Alliance, because their chips in the space sector had far exceeded those of Rockefeller and Morgan, who had successfully dominated Wall Street. On the contrary, B-City Consortium's investment in the military industry had been gradually taken over by other consortia since the end of the Kennedy era. Rockefeller and Morgan needed to maintain a tense but not dangerous political environment around the world, while the B-City Consortium wanted the opposite. The UA had to maintain a friendly relationship with Xi'an to advance its space sector. Since the legacy of the Jewish Consortium was divided, the WASP Consortium had fallen apart. The originally united Anglo-Saxon Consortium had also already parted ways for their own interests. If I can, I really want to catch their ride. After a sigh, Loki shook his head. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Loki put down the newspaper and picked up the phone. In an instant, the expression on his face suddenly changed. He changed the hand holding the phone, deliberated for a moment, and then said in a serious voice. I see, contact Senator Van Buren for me. Ask him to cancel all the arrangements for the afternoon and wait for me at the old place. Also, go to the Washington Post headquarters in person and talk to him about that report. What happened? Adams frowned when he noticed the expression on his friend's face. There is a little problem. Loki pushed his chair and stood up. I'm going to the Capitol. Now. Adams was surprised. Yes, now. This is shameful cheating. Trump threw the newspaper onto the desk in a fit and yelled, they want to use a few astronauts to buy the position of the president? No way. We can make a move about this matter. Behind the sofa where Trump was sitting, a middle-aged man bowed his head as he carefully planned, for example, hyping Xi'an's interference in the election by secretly supporting Joseph Kennedy. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the assistant of the campaign team rushed in excitedly, as he held on to the newly published Washington Post in his hand. The situation has turned. What happened? Trump frowned. Didn't I say it before, don't let me see these things, what can a bunch of incompetent people write? I don't want to know how they are jealous of me, no. The Washington Post didn't attack you, but, you should read it yourself. While the assistant spoke, he handed the newspaper to Trump. Trump took the newspaper suspiciously, then his gaze focused on the turned page. The moment he saw this report, he was stunned. There were only two thoughts in his mind at this moment. Is the Washington Post helping him? Did the sun rise from the west? Chapter 1431 Weather Forecast. The news suddenly got out. There was no sign at all. Although it was a decided matter, it still caught the B-City Consortium by surprise. Based on the research from Kennedy's campaign team, there was no need to deliberately add a halo around him at this time, nor was it necessary to count the credit for taking these astronauts home to him. As long as a signal was sent to the people that the relationship between Xi'an and the UA was shifting from a state of tension to relaxation, voters would definitely consider the differences in Pacific policies between the two candidates and make the right choice. However, the media reports caught Loki and Joseph Kennedy by surprise. It was a small newspaper that reported that the astronauts stranded in the Mars colony were about to embark on their return journey. Immediately afterward, another local newspaper in the capital published a photo of the candidate Joseph Kennedy's first visit to the Xi'an's embassy. It used word games to create an illusion that President Kennedy was interacting frequently with Xi'an diplomats. On the surface, this seemed to be left-leaning media creating momentum for their candidate, and to count the credit of the astronauts' return to Joseph Kennedy. However, with an editorial published in the current affairs page of the Washington Post, and the quotation of part of the content of these two unknown newspapers, the whole assistance meaning had completely changed for the worse, friendly signal or election interference. Those astronauts are used as bargaining chips. Obviously, some people were trying to distort the public's perception. The political inclination of the media in the country was generally left-leaning. It would be impossible for the Washington Post to speak for Trump spontaneously. Then there was only one possibility left, and it was Morgan or Rockefeller making moves behind their back. Just as Loki and Kennedy were busy trying to settle the negative impact of this report, Jiang Chen was on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Accompanied by Zhang Yaping, he was inspecting a special project on Ange Island. A 4-person-wide cave was located at the corner of the extinct volcano. The entrance of the cave was fenced by barbed wire, and a military post was also built at the entrance. A few years ago, it was used as an arsenal for celestial trade, which was used to transfer BM-21 rockets and other large munitions purchased by Jiang Chen from Russia. Later, NAC relied on the resources of the modern world to independently develop the more powerful and versatile Fireball 1. After that, the warehouse was left unused. And today, the warehouse was reopened again. The barbed wire of the military post was temporarily dismantled, and construction vehicles parked at the entrance of the cave were widening and expanding the entire cave. What is this? As the construction site was bustling, Zhang Yaping asked Jiang Chen. It is something that'll scare you. Jiang Chen grinned. You pulled me here from the presidential palace just to play a guessing game with me. Zhang Yaping said helplessly, to be honest, no matter what you bring out now, I'm afraid I will not be surprised. Really? Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and pointed his hand to the sky. What if I said, I can manipulate the weather? Zhang Yaping was stunned. He opened his mouth, then asked again in a tone of uncertainty. What? Manipulate the weather? Jiang Chen repeated. After a pause, he added, in short, you can interpret the construction happening here as we are building a weather weapon. By the way, I plan to call it weather forecast. Until the end of the visit, Jiang Chen noticed that the mouth of the president seemed to have not been closed since the moment his chin dropped. He said he wouldn't be surprised. Researchers at Camp 27 had been conducting reverse engineering on the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center's equipment. Some of the equipment was already copied by an industrial-grade 3D printer and brought to the modern world by Jiang Chen. The role of this kind of strategic weapon in the apocalypse was far inferior to that in the modern world. The moment Jiang Chen saw this weapon, Jiang Chen decided that he must build one in this world. Even if the reverse engineering process was less than 20% complete, it did not stop him from starting phase 1 of the construction. The structure of the weather weapon was mainly divided into two parts. The first part were the transmitter terminals, which were used for climate interference, and the distribution of the terminals was often scattered. The second part was the control terminal. The central computer completed the calculation of weather information and controlled the transmitters to perform climate interference. The West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center at Jiang Chen saw in North America in the apocalypse was the control terminal. The core's supercomputer controlled the transmitter towers distributed along the West Coast and influenced the climate to the desired outcome. Although the land area of Xi'an was small, the distance between the sub-islands was surprisingly large. Jiang Chen randomly picked 6 uninhabited islands under his own name as the deployment location for the towers. As for the remaining towers, artificial islands could be used. After they finished the inspection of the construction site, Jiang Chen and Zhang Yaping returned to the presidential palace together. Before they could sit down and have a cup of tea, a phone call arrived on his watch. And it was a long-distance call from B City. Suspend the return flight in the name that the flight route needs to be adjusted. Forget it, you can give the astronauts an excuse. After Jiang Chen left Xin Presidential Palace, he sat in the car. As he talked with Kelvin on Celestial City, he gestured Aisha to drive home. Something happened in North America, and I just received the news from Bernice. Me too, the old fellow Loki told me. Jiang Chen leaned back against his seat and the corner of his lips turned up helplessly. Who would have thought? The always left-leaning Washington Post would unexpectedly help the Republicans in this sensitive time period. Could they be threatened? Aisha asked. They should be, they must be threatened, Jiang Chen said with a smile. I'm only curious about how they got the news and learned that we are planning to send the astronauts home soon. It was likely someone leaked the information. Now the informal communication between the Mars colony and Earth was subjected to strict manual censorship. Information that constituted a leak or suspected to be a leak was all intercepted. What should we do now? Aisha tilted her head, then looked to Jiang Chen. We can't do anything right now. Acting rashly will only cause trouble for our allies. With a smile, Jiang Chen shook his head. But there is one small thing we can do, although they should have already started on it. After all, the opponents were Morgan and Rockefeller. The strength of the B-City consortium was still relatively weak. For safety reasons, Jiang Chen planned to add a layer of insurance. Give Bernice the mission to find the editor-in-chief of the article published in the Washington Post immediately. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued, try to hurry up before he evaporates. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in a hotel less than 1 kilometer from K Street, Jacob Wood carried a briefcase, walked out of the elevator hastily, and left the elegantly renovated lobby. He looked haggard, and he had barely closed his eyes since yesterday. One call after another hit his phone, and each one of them was all from significant individuals. Out of helplessness and panic, he turned off his phone, ran away from his apartment, and hid in this hotel. He didn't understand why those people had to find him and not anyone else. His work, career, family, and personal relationships were all ruined because of that one article. There was no doubt he got caught in a political turmoil. Based on his experience, occupations such as journalists, private investigators, and hackers would not have the besting ending once they get caught in a political turmoil. He didn't understand why these people are reacting so negatively just over one article. Originally, he planned to stay here for a few more days, but after he went outside at lunch, he found that someone had been in his room, and he also found a bug on the bedside table. Obviously, he couldn't stay here any longer. He decided to go to Sea State to stay with his brother until the limelight passed. A Ford slowly stopped on the edge of the road. The door of the driver's seat opened, and a man in a suit with a buzz cut stepped down and walked straight to Wood. "Hello, are you Mr. Jacob Wood?" When Wood heard the polite question, he subconsciously wanted to answer yes, but he quickly recovered, slightly bowed down his head, and lowered his voice. "No, you found the wrong person." "Really?" The man glanced around, took out a picture from his sleeve, and glanced at Wood with a sly smile. The way that man looked at him made Wood quite uncomfortable, especially when he took out a photo to compare him. Just as Wood frowned and was about to get angry, two black men in suits stood behind him and blocked his path of escape. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, and at the same time, a lowered voice sounded behind him. "I advise you to cooperate with us, we still can discuss this." When Wood heard the crackling noise from the fist behind him, Wood nervously swallowed the dry lump in his throat. "What do you want?" "Nothing, we just want to have a nice chat with you," the man in the suit smiled as he said. "If you don't want something unpleasant to happen, then you'd better follow us into the car." The man did not finish his sentence when a Hummer suddenly appeared from the corner. The two fog lights were turned on, and with the deafening sound of friction, the Hummer rammed towards them. Without any hesitation, the man in the suit dove to the side, while the other two men also ran with their eyes covered. As for Jacob Wood, who they previously surrounded, he was completely disregarded. For them, it did not matter if Wood was dead or not. Of course, it was preferred to control him and have him help them in the future, but if he did die, they could also use his death to their advantage. However, the Hummer that seemed to be out of control didn't hit Wood as the man in the suit thought, but suddenly turned around and hit one of the bodyguards. With a loud thud, the 200-pound burly man was sent flying like a kite. He was hit by the Hummer and blood splattered all over the wall. The door slammed open, and two men with sunglasses and baseball caps quickly jumped off and dragged the frightened Wood into the car. When the other bodyguard saw the scene, he immediately took out a submachine gun from under his coat, but before he could pull the trigger, an abrupt gunshot from the distance sent a sniper bullet right into his chest and downed him. Screams soon flooded the street. When the passers-by who were going to help the car accident saw the submachine gun and heard the gunshot, they immediately screamed and fled. Some people ran and took out their phone to dial 911. Everyone looked horrified. This is the capital. The political center of the country. Who is so out of their mind to start a gunfight here? *T. The man in suit that was pruned on the ground just took out his pistol. However, when he saw his teammate got shot, he immediately crawled behind the garbage can. Under the suppression of a sniper rifle, he could not get to the hijacked at this moment and pressed the Bluetooth earphone in his ear. The target was hijacked. The hijacker drove a Hummer with the license plate number XXXX. The car was fleeing towards L Street. Be careful. They have sniper support. Bernice took the sniper rifle apart without any hassle, then put the parts into the backpack she carried with her. Instead of walking down the stairs, she locked the hook on the water pipe on the roof and dropped the rope down the building a dozen stories high, then slid down the rope. After she landed in an alley, Bernice pulled out a motorcycle from the back of the trash can, put the helmet on her head, and hopped on the motorcycle with her slender legs. After a trail of exhaust gas, the roar of the engine soon drifted away from the intersection of the alley. The target has been controlled, he should be in the hands of the B City Consortium. Galloping on the streets of the capital, Bernice reported to Jiang Chen. Very well, it makes no difference whose hands he is in. They know what to do. Jiang Chen nodded. What's the situation on your side? I just watched the news, and you made a lot of noise. When the people from B City Consortium arrived, Morgan and Rockefeller's people had already surrounded the target, and they carried weapons. Just in case, I fired a shot in the distance to help them out. The police have not noticed me yet. They're trying to hunt down the Hummer that escaped. Report the specific situation to me later. Get out first. Jiang Chen nodded. Roger. After Jiang Chen hung up the phone, he looked at Aisha who was next to him. The situation may be more serious than we thought, but fortunately, we got him. Fortunately, Jacob Wood was controlled by the B City Consortium. Otherwise, if the truth-teller died, then even if Joseph Kennedy was not involved in this mess, his image would be smeared. With a little guidance on public opinion, people could easily associate Wood's death with the article he signed before his death. The editor-in-chief of the Washington Post is already under our control. What's next? Aisha asked. The next step is to figure out who instigated him to publish that article, and then follow the trail to find the people behind this incident. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued, this is the final moment, any possible source of accidents must be completely eliminated. The next day, Celestial Trade's Los Santos office held a press conference. The UA business director, mainly responsible for Celestial Trade's investment and promotion, stood in front of the cameras and gave a speech on the recent controversies. The flights between Celestial and the Mars colony will commence at the end of the year. From the perspective of peace, friendship, and common development, we will also bring home the astronauts stranded on Mars. In the fastest scenario, these astronauts will have to wait until mid-January next year to return to the country, when the election is over. Therefore, the use of astronauts by Celestial Trade to interfere in the election is pure speculation. We have noticed the previous report of the Washington Post. We found the argument used by the Washington Post to be very strange. When did a serious news source start to interpret two articles with no basis by distorting facts? Of course, I understand the current circumstance in the country. Using accusations and speculations as means of collecting votes are perhaps part of the election process. At the same time, under the coercion of the B City Consortium, Jacob Wood also appeared in front of the media to apologize. I have a great responsibility for that report. First of all, I would like to apologize to Celestial Trade. I shouldn't quote those two reports without basis. As a media professional, this speech clearly sounded scripted and it was obviously the work of B City Consortium. Given how smooth the speech went, he definitely was very well prepped. In any case, the public controversy triggered by the three reports had finally come to an end. As for how it would affect the election in a few days' time, it would only be evident after the election result was made available. After all, the time left now was not even enough to do a pre-election poll. As for the other person, Amy Qasim, her whereabouts were currently unknown. It was unclear whether she fled to the Central States and hid after she realized the severity of the situation, or she was already controlled by Morgan and Rockefeller and locked into a dark room. Now to shift the perspective from the Earth to the Kuiper Belt 30 astronomical units away. After half a month of exploration work, the researchers on SS Origin had conducted a rough mineral identification of the types of asteroids around the spaceship. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. These asteroids, which were originally thought to have the same minerality, had large differences in elements. After the news was revealed, it not only created a shockwave among the astronomy researchers, but even the physics researchers were also shocked by the finding. If this phenomenon was universal in the Kuiper Belt, then it would undoubtedly be a major discovery in the study of the origin of the solar system that could change the existing understanding. Many scholars and scientific researchers in astronomy and physics submitted applications to Celestial Trade to fund a research ship to send them and their equipment to the Kuiper Belt, and establish a scientific research base for more in-depth research on those asteroids. Celestial Trade stated that it would seriously consider the applications but did not give an immediate answer. After all, for Jiang Chen and other members of the Earth Defense Alliance who represented the interests of the member states, they were not interested in scientific topics such as the origin of the solar system or even the universe, but what kind of benefits could be brought to them by the major discoveries of the Kuiper Belt as well as breakthroughs in interstellar travel technology. In the next 6 months, SS Origin would attempt to mine the nearby asteroids and build mining space stations. In particular, the collection of tritium and deuterium within the ice blocks with sizes comparable to asteroids to achieve energy self-sufficiency. It was the top priority of all scientific research tasks of SS Origin. After all, Celestial Trade and the Kuiper Belt were separated by 30 astronomical units. It was not easy to make a return trip. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Chen had just returned home from work at Future Building, but Wu Changfeng, the representative of Hua in the Earth Defense Alliance, visited him. After Aisha made a pot of tea for the two, she went upstairs as usual and left the living room for the two. As for Natasha and Xia Xiu, they were still at work. We are very interested in the Kuiper Belt, whether it is the resources there or the scientific value. They had already exchanged greetings at the door. Wu Changfeng went straight to the topic after they sat down. We'll pay, if you provide the technology. We can even cooperate to establish a permanent research station in the Kuiper Belt. It's very helpful for the cultural exchange between the two countries and the friendship between the people. I'm very optimistic about this cooperation. What do you think? There was another reason Wu Changfeng wanted to build a research station but he didn't mention it. He believed Jiang Chen would understand. This proposal was definitely not just the opinion of the Hua Academy of Sciences. Putting the national flag on the edge of the solar system would not only help boost national confidence but more critically, it was an achievement that could go down in history for a particular individual. I don't have any problems here, Jiang Chen smiled, but I have to give you some information in advance. The cost of building a research station in the Kuiper Belt is not low. And we plan to establish a permanent space outpost in the name of the Alliance, covering all aspects of military and scientific research projects. I recommend this proposal more than building a separate scientific research station. Wu Changfeng lowered his head and thought for a moment, then spoke. I will communicate your proposal, and we will seriously consider it. If the Earth Defense Alliance intended to build a permanent space outpost in the Kuiper Belt, then it would be unnecessary to build a separate research station. Moreover, the budgetary issue Jiang Chen said was also the point he was most worried about. General Wu came to see me today, just for this matter. Jiang Chen said with a smile, you could have called me. It would have saved you the hassle. Not exactly. Wu Changfeng took his cup, took a sip, then leaned back on the sofa and smiled. Actually, there is one more thing. The person above asked me to inquire you on this matter. But, because I'm a straightforward person, I'll just be honest. Of course, if it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask anything. Since you're being direct with me, I'll say what I know. Jiang Chen laughed. Of course, I also have a premise here, that is when confidentiality issues are not involved. Then I'll be straightforward. After he put down the cup in his hand, Wu Changfeng looked at Jiang Chen. What do you guys think of the UA election? Jiang Chen noticed Wu Changfeng used you guys instead of you. Obviously, he didn't want to ask about his personal opinion. Can you be more specific? One corner of Jiang Chen's mouth was curved up as he said in a relaxed tone, your question is very general. Then I'll be direct. If Joseph Kennedy is president-elect, what are you going to do? Wu Changfeng asked Jiang Chen while he fixated his gaze into Jiang Chen's eyes. We will be very happy, Jiang Chen laughed, as he slightly raised the cup in his hand and pretended to make a toast. This is the best scenario for us. The UA takes the initiative to join the Earth Defense Alliance, give up its hegemony and embrace the future. The Iron Curtain of the Pacific Ocean unwinds down before it unfolded, and all mankind will work together towards a beautiful new world. Ahem. Wu Changfeng's gentle cough interrupted Jiang Chen's nonsense, then he asked, then what if Trump becomes the president? Trump is an unstable factor. After he put the teacup on the table, he didn't go on about his nonsense this time and instead concisely explained, based on his choice, we will react accordingly. Including war? Wu Changfeng asked. Are you scared? Jiang Chen smiled. Wu Changfeng was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed. Not at all. It's just that we are still a little worried. At the time of the Colombian Civil War, there were signs of escalating tensions. Fortunately, you both stepped on the brake in time. If it ended up escalating, if it is the time when we have to make the worst choice, Jiang Chen smiled at Wu Changfeng's probing gaze, and said nonchalantly, I can guarantee that before the situation becomes uncontrollable, everything will be over. They both tacitly agreed to end the topic on this note. In the conversation after, they did not discuss international affairs and just chatted about SS origin at the Kuiper Belt and the next development plan of the Earth Defense Alliance. Wu Changfeng declined the invitation to stay for dinner, got up and bid farewell to Jiang Chen, and left the mansion. Before he got on the car parked at the entrance, he looked back at the mansion with mixed feelings. Before the situation becomes uncontrollable, everything will be over. So confident, Wu Changfeng smiled, muttered to himself and shook his head, the strong alert in his mind still lingered. At this moment, he was looking at this issue as a major general in the Hua army. If Jiang Chen was bluffing, it would be fine. But if the nonchalant attitude was not deliberately faked, then the strength of celestial trade would be terrifying. After all, it was the UA they were discussing about. It was neither country F nor Colombia nor the anti-government armed forces in Syria and Ukraine. So far, the engagement between celestial trade and the UA had been limited to small-scale encounters in local conflicts. Even in the most intense collision on the battlefield in Colombia, the UA only sent a Marine Expeditionary Brigade. The war between great powers was not a simple science and technology competition. Xian's strategic depth was no more than 100 square kilometers deep. Where did he gain his confidence? Until he returned to the hotel he was staying at, Wu Changfeng still couldn't think through the confusion in his mind. In the end, he had to attribute the answer to that celestial trade still possessed power hidden to outsiders. After all, no matter what, he couldn't believe that the man pretended to be nonchalant. At the window of the office, Jiang Chen watched the car that disappeared at the end of the road, then he suddenly said. Aisha. Aisha turned her head and looked to Jiang Chen. I have been thinking about a problem these days. What's the problem? Aisha asked curiously. I used to think that only when Joseph Kennedy came to power, the UA joined the Earth Defense Alliance, and everything developed in the direction we planned for, could we get to a happy ending, Jiang Chen said thoughtfully while he stared straight out of the window. But now I suddenly feel that it seems that the opposite is true. Why? Aisha was puzzled. If you think about it, even if Joseph Kennedy wins, he will only lead the UA for 4 years. After 4 years, there will be another election. Even if he succeeds in re-election, he will only be there for 2 terms at most. If every change of term, we have to reconsider adjusting our strategy. At that point, Jiang Chen stopped. A crazy idea appeared in his mind. Although this idea had appeared before, it was the first time where he seriously considered the feasibility of this idea. Rather than let a sensible politician push all the contradictions to 4 years later, it was better to let a layman lunatic come to power. Maybe celestial trade could seize this opportunity and solve all the troubles once and for all. Do you need me to let Bernice adjust her strategy? Aisha asked. No matter what choice Jiang Chen ultimately made, she would always be on his side. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen finally sighed. No need, Jiang Chen gently stroking Aisha's hair, and watched the cheeks gradually get covered with a red hue, and whispered, it's only a few days from now, so let them toss this coin. 7 o'clock in the evening. After a busy day, Xia Xiyu finally got home. After she closed the door, she held the shoe cabinet at the entrance as she lazily hooked off her high heels with her finger. Just now, she suddenly noticed the cups placed on the table in the living room and asked curiously. A visitor was here. Left about 2 hours ago, Lilith, who was lying on the sofa in her phantom helmet, added with her unwavering voice, by the way, you missed dinner. You came back just at the right time. We just finished eating. Aisha made beef stew today, and I'll let her heat it up for you. Jiang Chen walked out of the dining room and rubbed Lilith's head, then asked with concern while he looked at Xia Xiyu, what were you doing today? Why did you come back so late? Xia Xiyu poured herself a glass of water, stuck out her tongue, and sat down on the sofa. I've been working on an acquisition. High-Tech Freshwater acquired a 30% stake in IDE at a price of 3.5 billion XIN new dollars. Future Bank will act as the guarantor for this deal. Now the negotiation is in its final phase. I'm really exhausted. Don't mind me, I'll just have some fruits later. When Jiang Chen heard what she said, he processed the information for a few seconds before he looked at her again with a look of surprise. If he recalled correctly, IDE was a company with a strong background. There was a saying that made a lot of sense. To control the oil price meant to control the Middle East. To control the global economy meant to control the oil prices. To control the entire Middle East meant to control access to fresh water. As the only developed country in the Middle East, as early as 10 years ago, Israel operated the world's largest desalination facilities, with more than 30 desalination plants and hundreds of companies in the country active in the field of water management. And IDE was among the leading Israeli desalination companies. You managed to acquire IDE. If I remember correctly, Sorek should be Israel's largest desalination plant and tap water supplier, right? The Israeli government just allowed you to do that? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised when he asked the question. Of course they didn't just allow us. Our acquisition can be described as full of twists and turns. Fortunately, the B City Consortium helped us tremendously. After all, they also own some high-tech freshwater shares. In addition, Yarif did also play a role. One corner of Xia Shiyu's mouth was upturned with a proud smile on her face. Once the acquisition is completed, high-tech freshwater will become the largest freshwater supplier in the Middle East. 80% of the people in the Middle East will be directly affected by us. Jiang Chen finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. If it was only a 3.5 billion XIN new dollar acquisition, it would not be able to attract his attention. After all, relative to his current assets, even the entire market capitalization of high-tech freshwater was not significant. But he combined the influence of high-tech freshwater on Future Group, its significance would completely change. To give the most direct example, Celestial Trade had continuously worked to expand the global grid to Europe. As the gateway for the global grid to enter the Mediterranean from the Indian Ocean, Celestial Trade's business in the Middle East had not been progressing smoothly. It was not only due to the influence of the UAE in the region but also the result of Middle East countries' vigilance toward celestial trade. Although Saudi Arabia had continued to seek means to reduce the huge number of high-polluting thermal power plants in the country, the current king of Saudi Arabia had kept reservation about fully opening the grid. Coupled with the UAE lobbying, even if Yarif stood on Jiang Chen's side, his influence was only limited in this case. And now, with the water pipes of Future Group paving the road, everything else was about to get easier. With the increasing influence of XIN Industries in the Middle East, it would only be a matter of time before the global grid crossed the Gulf of Aden into the Mediterranean. One more thing, the 2020 financial report is going to be released soon. I just saw the first draft from the finance department today. Do you want to have a sneak peek? Xia Shiyu said. First draft. Then I'll leave my expectations for the final version. Jiang Chen laughed. Are you not curious at all? Xia Shiyu grinned, then she teased, anyway, I was surprised when I saw it. Curious? Jiang Chen chuckled, and exaggeratedly let out a sigh. Then he said, no matter how long it is, it's just a string of numbers. Puff, Xia Shiyu couldn't hold it in as she leaned back into the sofa and burst out laughing. Her slender shoulders trembled, and the strand of hair that had fallen onto her cheek vibrated along with her pumping chest. Before she could catch her breath, she suddenly saw a dark figure leap to her. ACH. With a short exclamation, Xia Shiyu was turned over by Jiang Chen and placed on his lap. What are you doing? Xia Shiyu looked nervously to the stairs and pushed Jiang Chen on his chest as she began to blush. Then she struggled restlessly, put me down. What time is it now, oh you. She was only halfway through her sentence before the rest of the words were replaced by a squeal. It was not painful at all, it was just that the loud slap made the thin-skinned Xia Shiyu so embarrassed that she wanted to hide in a crack in the ground. How dare you to make fun of your husband? With a smirk, Jiang Chen raised his right hand that was aimed at that butt. Do you still dare to make fun of me now? As the sensation on her butt began to spread, Xia Shiyu felt her face burn. She bit into her lower lip that was as red as blood. Even if she thought about resisting at the moment, the worrying thought of Aisha or Natasha could see her at this moment made her suppress her embarrassment and bow her head. No, I dare not, ACH. There was another loud slap that interrupted her weak attempt to surrender. What are you doing? Xia Shiyu tried hard to turn her head around and stare at Jiang Chen in shame. Her response was Jiang Chen's innocent gaze. I just suddenly felt that, it feels nice to slap. When she heard Jiang Chen's response, she only felt her face become redder. She buried her face into the sofa pillow, felt the heat on her butt, and then muttered under her breath. This pervert. In the early morning of the next day, as soon as Jiang Chen came back from a jog, he received a call on his watch. The call was from Saudi Arabia. Recently, he always occasionally received long-distance calls. My friend, thank you so much. I like this plane a lot. I believe my father has the same taste as mine. He will fall in love with it the first time he sees it. On the phone, Yarif laughed and thanked Jiang Chen. Just now, the two aerospace G-100s customized for him by Future Heavy Industries were delivered to his private airport. In addition to the supporting equipment, Future Heavy Industries also included 4 Matador electronic pilots. After Yarif received the aerospace plane, he immediately got on the plane, set his destination to celestial trade, and experienced the speed from Mecca to celestial trade. Despite his collection of many private jets, it was his first aerospace plane. It's not really a gift, but I'm glad you're pleased. To put it bluntly, you paid for it after all, Jiang Chen laughed. I should be thanking you. I heard from my CEO that you helped in the acquisition of IDE. As the old Chinese saying goes, no trouble at all. Yarif waved his hand and said, moreover, I believe you will honor the promise you made and turn our desert into an oasis. By the way, can I ask something? Yarif asked after a pause. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled. When will the war in Syria end? The old king's health is getting worse by the day. The domestic situation is in a delicate state. My brother has recently gotten closer to the UA. At this point, Yarif hesitated for a moment. He didn't know whether he should continue. It will end in February next year at the latest. Jiang Chen looked at the calendar on the wall. The battle is progressing smoothly. Based on the report from our front line from yesterday, our people have won a decisive victory in the Raqqa region. After Yarif heard this, he was finally relieved, and his tone no longer sounded tense. With a smile, he said, then I will be waiting for your good news. 2020 was destined to be the most unusual year of this century. The UA election was in the last 3 days countdown. The SS Origin reached the edge of the solar system and traveled along the Kuiper belt for half a month now. The ray of the new century was already rising. When everyone eagerly looked forward to the dawn and imagined a better life in the next era, the contradictions and backwardness that accumulated in the old era were also about to erupt. The whole world was waiting for the UA to make a choice. The election, from the start, had occupied the top spot of every search engine. In a world-renowned institution of higher learning at Cambridge, Massachusetts. Frank Dobbin sat in the corner of the library as he read through the Wall Street Journal with his brows furrowed. As a professor of the Division of Social Sciences at Harvard, as a leader in the contemporary law and economics theory, many of his socio-economic works received high praise internationally. Unlike most sociology professors that focused on theories, his research was closer to reality and emphasized practical application. It was precisely because of this that his class was not only very popular with students at Harvard, but also very popular with large and medium-sized enterprises. His lesson plans were not only repeatedly studied by social science students, but also viewed as references by management around the world. To be precise, Frank Dobbin was closely examining the article on celestial trade. Recently, the media had been filled with the topic of SS Origin. Whether it was a serious scientific journal or a seemingly unrelated financial weekly, the latest articles were more or less connected to SS Origin, celestial trade, and Xian. The reason why he was so intrigued by this article was mainly because of his new book. The book combined current social forms, analyzed the problems and relationships between society and economy. At the same time, the book predicted the future social and economic development to a certain extent. An Xian and celestial trade was a very classic case discussed in his new upcoming book. From celestial trade, he saw the final form of two different economic theories, capitalism that dominated the Western world and the state capitalism advocated by Lenin. It was a malformed enterprise that was not subject to the constraints of the antitrust law. It would eventually forcefully merge all the industries that could produce surplus value, and finally, acquire the government to be part of the enterprise. Prediction was something that academia from all over the world enjoyed. As a tidbit of a great masterpiece, a moderate prediction would not only heighten the work but would also guide the future to some extent. Even if the prediction was wrong, it would be okay. After all, the limitations of the thinking and vision of the people in the past were understandable to those who study history in the future. And if he guessed correctly, it would be remarkable. Not only would his work be heightened infinitely, but even the author would be regarded as a true genius. Of course, Frank Dobbin did not consider such far-flung things when he wrote the book. At this moment, he contemplated on the insights that Western socioeconomics could learn from the rise of celestial trade, and about the prospects of the celestial trade model. Still working on that subject? Christopher Grandy brought coffee and sat across from him. As a scholar in the same field, his research was similar to that of Professor Frank Dobbin, and the two often discussed certain topics together. For the unpublished piece of work, Professor Grandy had the honor to read the manuscript, some of which he agreed with. Except for one point, the part about Xian. The model of Xian is worth learning from. It is not necessarily applicable to the UA, but it is applicable to the future. This model appeared briefly in the colonies of the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and other countries before the 18th century, and it was ultimately due to its own reasons that it was eliminated by history. This system with many problems in itself will be restored in the 21st century. The underlying reasons should be something we should study. While Frank Dobbin spoke, he began to write this sentence in a notebook. However, for some reason, when he was halfway through the sentence, the pen in his hand stopped. He shook his head and scratched out this sentence. There are many coincidences in the rise of Xian. If you want to summarize the advantages and disadvantages of a certain social policy by studying the history of the development of celestial trade, the final result will definitely disappoint you, Professor Grandy said after he took a drink from the coffee, because the advantages of celestial trade do not come from their system at all, but from their leadership in science and technology. Then my dear friend, what is the reason celestial trade can achieve leadership in science and technology? Professor Dobbin smiled and asked in a nonchalant tone. Maybe it's just luck. Professor Grandy shrugged. Luck? Frank Dobbin shook his head while he laughed, then closed his notebook. I plan to go to Xian myself. You and I may never understand the answer to this question by just sitting here in the library. It's the same even if you go, Christopher Grandy said. I went to Coro University with Harvard last year for academic exchange. I also visited the Chancellor of Coro University and discussed this issue with him. The final conclusion? Frank Dobbin raised his eyebrows. There is no conclusion. We can't find any case in history that can define the rise of celestial trade. Professor Grandy shook his head. That's because you discussed this with the wrong person. If it were me, I would visit Jiang Chen directly. When Professor Grandy realized that his friend was not willing to change his mind at all, he let out a sigh. The Chancellor of Coro University is Raphael Leaf. When I was doing academic exchanges at MIT, I had a good relationship with him. I'll write a letter of introduction for you. If you want to meet Jiang Chen, you can ask him for help. Thanks a lot, Frank Dobbin said gratefully. You're welcome. On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, Jiang Chen would never have thought of how much shock future heavy industries' origin would bring to the world on the other side of the ocean. This kind of shock was not only limited to conversations between ordinary people. Department of Social Science in different universities and colleges started to use celestial trade as a case study. Even the aerospace companies in Silicon Valley, B-City, and Florida had viewed celestial trade and future heavy industries as goals to target. At this moment it was still very early in the morning. Jiang Chen, who sat at the dining table, also saw the report published in the Wall Street Journal. From things as small as the water people drink every day, to feats such as the colonies in outer space, a company that encompassed all aspects of people's lives gloriously stopped the Pentagon, ruthlessly eliminated Wall Street, integrated Hollywood. Before the antitrust law hammered down on the company, or rather because Xian was born under the influence of celestial trade in the first place, the law simply did not apply. In short, it was a monopoly. It was an oversized Samsung. The government was its human resources, and the army was the security at its door. The sheer size seemed to mock the Koreans. What else was scarier than turning an entire country into a company? Its efficiency and understanding of currency could not be surpassed by any bureaucracy, because it was built on the word efficiency from the beginning. As long as it could remain profitable, its growth would continue to snowball. Of course, an enterprise like this was also quite dangerous. Once social development had stagnated and all walks of life entered a period of saturation, then the people of Xi'an would be seeing soaring prices, unemployment, poverty, and endless protests. However, celestial trade would not let this ever happen. It controlled the internet, the media, as well as the magical phantom helmet. It possessed hundreds of ways to keep the people happy. The final ending would definitely be something similar to what Ray Bradbury described in Fahrenheit 451, the potential of the society would burn faster than any capitalism, and the society would usher in a complete dystopia. Fortunately, celestial trade, or Xi'an, was in the perfect era. People that used to watch the stars in their childhood were now stepping into the sea of stars. It was unknown how far they were from fully embracing the starry night, but since they took the first step, would the second step be far away? The future offered enough space for this monster to continue to grow. Perhaps the day of stagnation would never come true. This report is very interesting. As Jiang Chen read the article, he smiled, stabbed the fried egg on the plate with his fork, and put it into his mouth. Let me guess, Natasha drank a sip of hot milk, and as one corner of her lips turned up, she teased him, looking at how happy you're smiling. The Wall Street Journal definitely praised you, right? It did not praise me. As he put down the newspaper in his hand, he laughed, but it did praise my company. He had developed the habit of reading the newspaper during breakfast a long time ago. Every day, at least 40 different newspapers were delivered to the mailbox at the entrance of the mansion. Of course, it would be impossible for him to finish all of them. Typically, he would pick 2 and read them during breakfast and dinner. Recently, he had been paying attention to the news on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, so he selected Washington Post that represented the mainstream views of the North American elites and Wall Street Journal, a thought leader in the financial sector. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the first page of Wall Street Journal, he saw an economics professor's evaluation of his company and the Xi'an model. Chen. Natasha suddenly stopped eating, rested her chin against her interlaced fingers, and looked to Jiang Chen. What's wrong? Jiang Chen glanced at her unexpectedly and joked, Are you fascinated by my handsomeness? You are the least humble among all the Chinese people I have ever met. Natasha rolled her eyes and said unceremoniously, I have met many Chinese people. They are very humble, and also very gentlemen. That's because you only have a connection with me. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes as he mimicked her actions, then he mockingly replied, My vibe is great in front of outsiders, or rather, do you prefer me to treat you like a guest? Natasha seemed to imagine the scene seriously in her mind, shuddered, then shook her head. Forget it. Although he didn't know what she imagined, Jiang Chen thought for a while and decided that it would be better not to ask. After breakfast, Jiang Chen took the unfinished newspaper to the office. It was Saturday today, and he didn't need to go to the company, so it was time to relax. Although he rarely visited the office during work days. He asked Aisha to help him make a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, then he leaned against the window and flipped through the newspaper in his hands. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and after the door opened, Lilith, in a dress, walked in. Are you not playing games? Jiang Chen looked at the unexpected Lilith, who was at the door, and put the newspaper down. The sun must have risen from the west. Lilith did not have the phantom helmet on. I'm not playing games all the time. Recently, I discovered that the literature of this world is unexpectedly interesting, Lilith said in her usual expressionless state. In addition, Lin asked me to tell you that the weather weapon launch terminal drawing has been analyzed. It is uploaded to the database, file number ZS-149. Z was the abbreviation of Future Heavy Industries, and S was the confidentiality level. When he heard the news, he immediately pressed the button of the watch and called the CEO of Future Heavy Industries, Yang Guanglei. Project No. ZS-149 will start production immediately. Use an industrial-grade 3D printer. I want to see a prototype within 1 week. After the phone call, Jiang Chen realized that it was Saturday. My phone call just ruined his weekend. Jiang Chen touched his nose in embarrassment and muttered an apology in his mind. Anything else? Lilith still stood at the door, so Jiang Chen asked. I have finished reading the books at home. After he took some time to process the information, he responded. So, you can take me to the bookstore. Lilith said as if everything made perfect sense. I have no money. Can't you just download it directly from the internet? Jiang Chen was baffled. What age is it now? Why can't you just read e-books? Moreover, you are an advanced AI cyborg. Scanning the global e-book library will take a matter of minutes for you. You don't understand. If you simply scan the book, you will not be able to experience the joy of reading. It's a waste of hard disk space. Lilith shook her head and said seriously, it's just like playing games. If you only pursue the victory in data, then I might as well modify the server memory directly. Cyborgs have so many issues. Jiang Chen facepalmed in his mind. I'll go with you in the afternoon, Jiang Chen said after he glanced at the clock on the wall. It happens to be the weekend and I have time. The corners of Lilith's mouth slid upwards. Thank you. Then, her petite figure disappeared from the door. Jiang Chen was stunned. She just smiled, right? I didn't just see things. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang suddenly and interrupted his thoughts. After he pressed his watch, the holographic screen unfolded in front of him. When he saw the caller, he seemed surprised. Raphael Leaf, the 17th Chancellor of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, returned to his hometown of Venezuela after he retired. The headhunter hired by Jiang Chen invited him to serve as the Chancellor of Coro University and offered him an annual salary of $4 million. Since Jiang Chen handed over his cosmology public elective course to Mr. Hawking, he, the chairman of the school board, an honorary professor of Coro University, and an honorary chancellor, had rarely participated in university affairs and passed over the tasks to the Ministry of Education of Xi'an. Of course, even though he didn't participate in managing the university, Jiang Chen had never been stingy with the budget. After all, for him, investing in education was more than just a slogan. Chancellor Leaf was also impressive. Under his leadership, Coro University had become a world-renowned institution of higher learning by virtue of its advantages in aerospace technology, bioengineering, and other fields. It had become the preferred university for international students in East and South Asia. Chancellor Leaf, what's the matter? Jiang Chen said in a pleasant tone after he picked up the call. A scholar from the UA wants to interview you, Raphael Leaf said on the phone. His name is Frank Dobbin, a professor in the Division of Social Sciences at Harvard University. He is interested in the rise of celestial trade and Xi'an and is researching this topic. I wonder if you're free in the next few days. When Jiang Chen heard someone wanted to interview him, he was slightly caught off guard. To be honest, he did not like reporters' attempts to corner him with tough questions, so he naturally did not like interviews. Just when he was about to refuse, the next words of Chancellor Leaf made him unable to refuse. If it is convenient, he hopes to write a biography for you through this interview. Jiang Chen looked to the door and saw Lilith, who looked at him with eyes of hope. It was indeed an occasion that was worthy of her to use her expression simulation program. Tomorrow. I have something to do today, Jiang Chen responded after he confirmed he had no arrangements tomorrow. Then I will thank you on behalf of Frank Dobbin. Leaf smiled. You're welcome. After lunch, Jiang Chen drove Lilith. He said he would take her to the bookstore. Although she was a digitalized human, Jiang Chen did not intend to break his promise. Have you thought about what to buy? I searched for a book list on the internet, and based on the description, it looked very interesting. Lilith expanded her holographic screen, then gently pushed it in front of Jiang Chen as she said with a hint of excitement in her tone. Don't block my view, I'm still driving. Wait until I get on the maglev track first. As he pushed the holographic screen to the side, with the corner of his eyes, he scanned a few familiar names on the book list. All detective and horror novels. As expected, because she was an AI, her preference towards novels was based on logic. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. He originally thought that Lilith would prefer novels with great plots, or simply fantasy novels that were far away from reality. Just as Jiang Chen drove Lilith to the largest bookstore in downtown, Briss, far away in the Mars colony, was packing his luggage into the trunk of the rover along with the other 6 astronauts from the UA. The flight was suddenly delayed some time ago, which disappointed him since he had already packed his luggage. Fortunately, the engine failure of the transport ship had been eliminated. Although he could not make it back for Christmas, he was still very satisfied to reunite with his family. Where is Jenny? She can't go. Celestial Trade does not intend to give up the prosecution of her espionage, a slightly bulkier-looking man complained in a low voice. I told her earlier, don't fool around. This is not capital. I bet she can't even find a lawyer. Are we just going to abandon her like this? Leave her here alone. Another female astronaut looked at the male colleague next to her with disbelief. She is our companion. It's not that we gave up her, but she got into trouble herself. The man who looked silent and hadn't said a word from the beginning until now said after he put his luggage into the trunk, otherwise we might have been able to go back long ago. How can you say that to her? The female astronaut's eyes widened, and she was about to argue with him but was quickly stopped by Captain Briss. Enough, don't argue. As Briss glanced at the celestial marines that were eyeing their direction, Briss said to his companions, Jenny's matter will be resolved by the politicians. Let's not get into this mess since you and I can't do anything. In addition, I also warned her at the start, but she obviously didn't listen to me. I'm going to repeat what I said to her at the beginning. Once again, don't do anything that's unnecessary. Especially at this point. After the female astronaut heard what her captain said, she also quieted down. Although she was fighting the injustice for Jenny who was locked up, as Briss said, they couldn't do anything. Celestial Trade would not listen to their complaints. Those soldiers only obeyed orders and did not even want to look at them for a second longer. Let's cheer up, we will go home soon. When we get back to B City, shots on me. Briss patted the shoulders of everyone, then squeezed a smile as he was the first one to walk to the opened rover door. 20 Mars rovers drove out from the open gate, crossed the steel city wall covered by alloy, left ripples of gray dust on the sand, and headed mightily to the south. In that distant sky, there was a black line that connected the ground and sky. Inside the car, Briss opened his eyes bigger. He recalled that when Ares landed on the surface of Mars, he had never seen this thing before. Unexpectedly, it took less than a year for Celestial Trade to build a space elevator on Mars. The efficiency of the construction was simply astonishing. What Briss didn't know was that Celestial Trade had been studying the feasibility of a space elevator at the Mars equator as early as the second half of last year. The project was launched at the end of 2019. From the beginning of construction to the completion of the main structure, the construction time of the entire space elevator had exceeded 1 year. Of course, whether it was the gravitational constant or the orbital height, the difficulty of building a space elevator on Mars was much lower on Earth. With the space elevator below Celestial City as an example to learn from, the construction of this space elevator on Mars was very smooth. Relying on the large graphite mine found in the crater near the colony, 60% of the materials for this space elevator were manufactured by the Mars colony. The current Mars colony was no longer the child who had to rely on imports from the parent planet. With the opening of fixed flights between Celestial City and the Mars colony, the industrial potential of this city placed above a giant iron ore mine would surpass any city on Earth in the foreseeable future. This also included Celestial City. On the 20 Mars rovers, there were not only astronauts from the UA but also 200 XIN researchers that included Dr. Amos. After they completed the inoculation of the flower of memory, these researchers, accompanied by nurses, had completed a total of 100 rehabilitation training sessions as they sorted the knowledge in their heads into the database. Just as Jiang Chen and the others had expected, these flowers of memory were not without side effects. Some people, after they accepted the memory of the Gaia civilization, felt nauseous to all mammalian meats such as pork and beef, but they involuntarily salivated to insects such as snails, earthworms, and even demon worms. Some people even forget how to walk upright, and often use their non-existent tentacles to hit the wall. In the waiting room below the elevator. How is your recovery coming? At the entrance of the elevator, Hong Ziwei nonchalantly asked. I have almost recovered, Dr. Amos smiled. In a relaxed state, he said, and I prefer to call it instinct resuscitation rather than illness, which can be eliminated after a certain amount of adaptive training. It's not a particularly serious illness. Instinct resuscitation. Yes, when Gaia gave us their memory, they also accidentally gave us their own behaviors and habits, Dr. Amos continued. The flower of memory interferes not only with our cerebral cortex and hippocampus, but at the same time, it also has a radiative effect on other parts of the brain. Such results are excusable. After all, they cannot predict the species that will take over their heritage in the future, and their brain structure. Moreover, when I was leading the researchers to collect the data in our memory, I noticed a special phenomenon. What phenomenon? Hong Ziwei was surprised by the finding. In all the materials from billions of years ago, there is no detailed record of the flower of memory, but rather, they wasted a lot of time on irrelevant details. I have a bold suspicion that perhaps they didn't invent the flower of memory, therefore they couldn't even determine its impact. They didn't create the flower of memory. Hong Ziwei smiled. Who else could have created it? Could it be another higher civilization? Perhaps, Amos smiled. Of course, everything is just my inference. After all, everything we see is always just the tip of the iceberg relative to the entire universe. Just as the two chatted, the announcement of boarding the elevator sounded in the waiting room. It's almost time, have a safe journey, Hong Ziwei said. I'll say my farewells here. You also take care. Dr. Amos smiled. As the announcement sounded, the people waiting in the waiting room went to the boarding escalator one after another, then they walked into their respective cabins according to their numbers. Soon more than 200 people entered the elevator cabins shaped like a train in the space elevator track. Guided by a series of lights that turned on sequentially, the elevator cabins slowly accelerated towards the egg yolk-colored sky. Dr. Amos gazed down at the desert slowly disappearing from his vision and the Mars colony that shrunk into a dot. He felt emotional and excited at the same time. He would return to Earth soon, with over 200 researchers who accepted the heritage of the Gaia civilization. He believed that the knowledge stored in his brain was destined to bring earth-shaking changes to the world. Sunday, early morning. In the office of the mansion, Jiang Chen met the Harvard professor, Frank Dobbin. The old man, over 60 years old, looked much younger than his actual age. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that he still traveled around the world for research and seminars. Unlike most scholars in the same field that focused on a large number of journals and add to the conclusions of their predecessors, he advocated for in-person research and the use of scientific means for his research topics. It was precisely because of this trait that Frank Dobbin had generated countless groundbreaking views in the field of social economics, backed with factual arguments. It was also the reason why his works were regarded as classics by academia. Hello, Mr. Jiang. After they met, Frank Dobbin extended his right hand first. After Jiang Chen shook his hand, he smiled and nodded. Hello. You are now a renowned man around the world. It's my honor to be able to interview you. After Frank Dobbin let go of his hand, he smiled, then said, since last year, I have been studying how celestial trade can stand out among the hundreds of millions of companies around the world. Have you found anything in your research? Jiang Chen laughed. I regret not, Frank Dobbin shook his head, and said in a relaxed tone, that's why I am visiting you today. Thank you again for taking time out of your busy schedule. No worries, I may not be able to help you much with academics, Jiang Chen smiled. I may only say one thing about the rise of celestial trade, and that is we are just standing on the shoulders of giants. The shoulders of giants? Is there any company in the world that is strong enough to provide you with shoulders? Frank Dobbin laughed. 170 large and medium-sized research institutes covering the 9 islands of Xian, as well as 4,371 scientific researchers in different fields. They are all giants we rely on, Jiang Chen said. There can be many giants. The true giant was a huge technological heritage from another world, but obviously, he could not share this. So, do you attribute the achievements of celestial trade to the progress made in natural science and applied science? Frank Dobbin asked. After he thought for a moment, Jiang Chen nodded. Yes. What do you think of the future of Xian? With the same smile, Frank Dobbin said as he took out a cut piece of newspaper from the bag he carried with him, Wall Street Journal from December 21, 2020. Did you read this article? Of course, Jiang Chen said with a smile, I can only say that it is well written, although this will never happen. Oh. Frank Dobbin asked seriously, what makes you so confident that this day will never come? Because the future has a large enough space, I am convinced of this, Jiang Chen smiled. Rather than squeezing surplus value from poor people, we are more inclined to expand outward, such as asteroid mining and outer space colonization. In the future, there will be enough land to absorb the surplus population and enough jobs to absorb the surplus labor. We only need to use the leading position in the industries to control the pace of expansion. The dystopia world described in Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451 will never happen in Xian. Jiang Chen used an inciting tone to vividly describe to Frank Dobbin about the future of Xian and celestial trade in his perspective. He had given similar speeches many times at internal meetings and at press conferences, and even if he did not prepare a script, he could easily deliver the speech. Frank Dobbin was dumbfounded as he listened to the speech that he even forgot to move the pen on his notebook. Although the topic had digressed, Jiang Chen's answer solved all the confusion he had after he read that article. Perhaps Jiang Chen, who gave this speech, didn't realize it himself, but from the perspective of a researcher, Frank Dobbin gained a deeper understanding of celestial trade, and the Xian model, familiar to every social science scholar. Although he was only halfway through the questions he had prepared, he already felt the trip was worthwhile. Many years later, Frank Dobbin wrote in his memoir. I have visited many great people in my life, from the first black president of the UA to the warlord of a dictatorship in Africa. If you were to ask me who had the deepest impression on me, it would undoubtedly be the president of celestial trade, Jiang Chen, the richest man in the world. I have spent 10 pages in Introduction to Society and Economy in the New Era, Xian, on everything about him, and my personal evaluation. Just to ensure that there is no misunderstanding by the future generations, my memoir is also sponsored by Celestial Trade. Since then, I have made bold predictions in my new book. This great man not only belongs to Xian, but he belongs to the entire world. Chapter 1440 What's meant to come will always come. What's meant to come will always come. Even if they're unwilling, it is still unavoidable. Due to objective reasons such as the relocation of UA troops in Nippon and the Colombian Civil War, the UA election was postponed from the second week of November to late December. Voters across the UA walked to the polling stations with mixed feelings of pessimism, optimism, excitement, and indifference about this overdue election. The vast infinite blue covered the city of Los Santos. Just as everyone walked out of the house, a plane flew by in the sky and smeared the sky with a sentence, "The UA is great, Trump is disgusting." The people of Los Santos looked up in bewilderment in the crowd. Someone shouted out with their hands around their mouth, "Oh my God! This is brilliant!" At this moment, at the polling stations in CA State, college students took to the street and held up the slogans in their hands. Performance artists even painted slogans against Trump on the wall with spray paint. And all this got the acquiescence of the police, and the onlookers applauded. In CA State, no one liked the guy that always made unjustifiable claims. Anti-Trump. Say no to racial discrimination. We can't let a rogue steal our nuclear button. Even if it's just for our neighbors. Anyone can be the president except for Trump. Joseph Kennedy is great. The voices of opposition were not only concentrated on the streets of CA State but also centered in Silicon Valley and spread across the internet. More than 170 Silicon Valley leaders collectively voiced their opposition to Trump. Even if their political views had always leaned towards the Democratic Party, the attitude shared by the technology sector had never been so unified. Especially Apple CEO Tim Cook, his dislike of Trump was already the worst-kept secret. Trump stated that he would force Apple to move their factories back to the UAE, otherwise, it would impose heavy taxes. Moreover, Apple refused to cooperate with the FBI to unlock the iPhone of a terrorist suspect. Trump, therefore, called on his people to boycott Apple products. In addition, Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos, who was annoyed by Trump's tax avoidance issue, stated on Twitter that we should send Trump into space. This tweet was praised by another Silicon Valley leader. Tesla CEO Elon Musk then said in a half-joking and half-serious tone that he would leave a place for Trump on the rocket. In CA State, supporting Joseph Kennedy had almost become political correctness. People were proud of their choice. Even if there were a few Trump supporters, they had to be sneaky when they voted to avoid being caught. If someone else knew that they voted for the villain, there definitely would be an argument. In the worst case, it would lead to a fight. Those in the black community and people from Mexico despised that man. But in T State, it was another scene. In SA City, the site of the Alamo Fortress. Dressed in cowboy costumes as T State militia during the War of Independence, people carried old-fashioned Fergus rifles as they marched from the ancient birthplace of the revolution towards downtown under the beating of drums. Their stand was clear, their slogans were concise, and their chants were easy to understand. All this was accentuated by their outfits. Destiny. Defend our country. Fu*K the Mexicans. If you don't like Trump, get out of T State. Even if people didn't like Trump, the people from T State were also skeptical about Joseph Kennedy's foreign policy. As a traditional red state, voters had to heavily contemplate before they walked to the machine and cast their own sacred vote. In front of the camera, when asked why he supported Trump, as well as his thoughts on some of Trump's remarks, a redneck emotionally roared at the top of his lungs. Should there not be freedom of speech in this country? Is it wrong for me to defend my homeland? Why should I use political correctness to restrain the true leader of this country? For so many years, there has never been a politician that voiced our emotions. All these years, there has never been a politician who can express our aspirations. Don't mention the Democratic Party. Even the Republicans are soft. Finally, there is a real leader that can represent us and say what needs to be said. And you still have to ask me why I chose him. I don't want to listen to any of the multicultural equality, anti-war, racial equality, women's rights, animal protection. I don't want hypocritical ethics, fabricated data, empty editorials. I need to vent my feelings and let my voice be heard. I just don't like people who are different from me. Why are there so many people who are different from me in my homeland? There were cheers and whistles around. They had enough of those hypocritical politicians and had enough of the lies from those moral models. Thanks to the efforts of Obama and Hill, Southern T State had turned into another Latin America. Their ancestors used blood and guns to drive away Mexicans, but now the enemy's descendants had swaggered into their homes, robbed them of their jobs, and occupied their social resources. All this was due to those politicians' political correctness. This damned political correctness. And now, a candidate stood in front of them and said all they wanted to say. For example, Mexico is sending criminals and thieves to the UA, I want to build a wall on the border. In their unique way, the cowboys cheered for their leader's arrival. There was one thing they shared with the people of CA State. If someone stood in front of those rednecks and claimed to be a fan of Joseph Kennedy, the situation would indeed turn violent. CA State was the traditional Democrat state while T State was the traditional Republican state. No matter who the candidate was, the result hardly changed. The swing states determined the outcome of the election, especially the swing states that hold a large number of electoral votes. For example, F State, which held 27 electoral votes. It was almost the hardest hit area. What could be more exciting than putting Democrats and Republicans together on election day? Voters in the two camps had never been so antagonistic. They were like roosters eager to fight as they stared at the vote in their neighbors' hands. The controversy had gone from factories to schools, from argument to verbal abuse, to even physical confrontation. The overwhelming advertisements of the two parties made many neutrals start to feel tired. They only hoped that this day could pass soon and everything could return to normal. When the last ballot was cast and the last polling station was closed, the sun had fallen on the east side of the Pacific. This was followed by the dawn of the west side of the Pacific. In the morning news, countless scenes told the story about this election. When Jiang Chen saw how Trump supporters got beaten in CA State, he couldn't resist the urge to laugh, even though he knew it was a terrible thing to laugh at. He believed that he was not the only one waiting to see the comedy show continue.